All right.
You're supposed to be leaving tomorrow morning. You're like, I gotta say yes. Yeah.
This is having a blast. They got a favorite park to go to. The stream is kind of. Oh, this is deep.
Hey, Manny, can you hear me?
Chris is here.
Hey, Commissioner Turkey.
Manny,
Yes,
can
I
you hear
can.
me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear
Copy that.
me? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I came in through the phone call.
Commissioner Turkey, we see you on the video.
Good to go. Thank you, Manny.
Yes. I think it was related. All right, IT, can you please begin the broadcast? Thumbs up, thumbs down, where are we? Have we started?
Mayor, the broadcast has started. We are now recording.
All right, thank you. This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting workshop. More specifically, this is the short-term rental workshop. We're going to skip on the usual opening items and proceed to roll call, and then we'll go directly into the topic of short-term rentals. City Clerk, if you could please begin the roll call.
Mayor Pensurga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hayes absent, Commissioner Kelly,
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. We do want to just recognize for the record that Vice Mayor is attending virtually, so make sure we take note of that. This is a workshop. For those of you that are unfamiliar, a workshop, no voting occurs during a workshop. It is a time for extended discussions. At most, we may give direction to the staff to bring back additional items or modifications, but nothing final is being decided during a workshop. All right, so let's jump right into the short-term rental item. I'm going to turn now to our city staff who would like to just introduce the item and give us a quick overview, and then we'll go right into the discussion.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Salika Brown. I'm the Development Services Manager. I wanted to introduce to you the short-term rental ordinance for the workshop this evening. The basic overview for this ordinance is for us to give you some overview as to what our current processes are and what the proposed process would be with the new short-term rental ordinance that we're proposing, and basically get some feedback from you just to answer basic questions regarding short-term rentals, and also prepare for possible amendments to codes and review approaches taken by some other cities. Our current research outline currently processes many first one. Current city processes and regulations, legal limits to local regulations. So what we can do at a local level as it relates to the short-term rental ordinance, and also compare other ordinances. We took a sample of about 8 to include Coral Springs, Lighthouse Point, Miami, Palm Shores, Wellington, Pompano Beach, and Wilton Manors. Next slide, please. As you can see on the slide, we did a comparison just to show you typically how the short-term rental would overlap with the long-term rental. And as you can see, the overlapping is basically the cash flow and home ownership. Short-term rentals are usually on a short-term basis, usually 6 months or less. They're for business purposes, and then they have fluctuating income. The long-term rentals are typically 6 months or longer, residential purposes, fixed monthly income, and a lease agreement. So it's a little bit more stable. Some of the legal limits to local regulations include Florida State Statute, Chapter 509, preemption, where we are not able to prohibit completely short-term rentals or vacation rentals, as they're also known, limit the number of short-term rentals, have any distance separation as it relates to the number to the short-term rentals, and regulate the duration or frequency of those short-term rental leases. Some examples of some of the regulatory limits that we can regulate is require review and annual approval through the local business tax process, require inspections, require ID of the responsible party, prohibit rental to sex offenders, predators, and set a maximum occupancy in visitors. The city currently has been reviewing short-term rentals since 1998. And as I stated before, we don't have any provisions that has any distance separation or any frequency on the short-term rentals or the amount of times that they can turn over that property. And it allows any homeowner to rent their homes as long as they don't have any open code cases or liens, neutral minimum property standards, regardless of rental period, and the annual fee is approximately $62 per year. As you can see with the current slide, we did a side-by-side comparison so that you can see what our current process is as it relates to residential rentals or long-term rentals, as well as the short-term rental processes. The highlighted areas in green are the differentiations between the two processes. So as you can see, both applications are submitted online and a local responsible party is required. The application for a residential rental, we do not require any site plan or layout of the property. We would require that information for the short-term rental because we're going to identify the maximum occupants that are able to reside at that property at any given time. Instructions are emailed to the applicant after the application is submitted so that we can communicate with them and work on the fees that are assessed on the property. And then they will make that payment online or in person for both processes. Community standards would inspect both properties. There is a difference in the duration, the frequency. The long-term rentals are biannual inspections and the short-term rentals would be inspections. And that's like a phased approach. It was something that was passed in our certificate of use and occupancy ordinance. The city will mail the the licenses to the applicant via our vendor. And violations for residential rentals currently are housed in Florida State Statute Chapter 205, as well as the City of Boynton Beach Chapter 13 ordinance. Chapter 13 ordinance would also house any violations for the short-term rentals. The renewals will be both online, in person, and by mail. And then penalties will be 10 to 25% per Florida statute. The revocation process will be administered by the department head as well as the special magistrate as it relates to the short-term rentals. And then the revocation for the short-term rentals will be subject to the adjudication of the violation. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Salika. For the record, Mike Rumpf, planner with the Planning and Zoning Division here at the city. One of the themes I want to continue from what Salika had started touching upon is the similarities in process between the existing rental units that we approve, process and review now, and how we would apply to the short-term rentals that we are creating an ordinance for. Um, Unless you'd like me to, I won't repeat some of the slides that we have on here that we presented before, which went through what staff perceived as the problems that we wanted the ordinance to address. I can do that. Otherwise, I'm going to jump into some newer slides touching upon continuing the process description, beginning with our code compliance process and fees.
Thank you, Mr. Rumpf. Let's hear from my colleagues. How many of you would like to do a quick rundown of the items? Was that a head nod? All right, I see 2 head nods.
And that was to go through the slides that we have.
Yes, if you could do a quick overview. I know this isn't our first time,
Nope,
but
will do.
a
I
refresher
just,
is always good for us and for the public.
that's correct. So then, repeating a little bit, staff had perceived what some of the problem areas would be and what we wanted attributes in the ordinance to include to address such issues. And those, summarizing quickly what we saw as common problems that we would want to address, that is lack of or careless property management, potential noise, traffic, vehicle parking, excessive occupancy, unruly behavior, and property damage and possible personal injury. How we addressed or strategized and framed the proposed ordinance to address those, placing emphasis on designation of a local responsible party, hold someone accountable, and to provide quick responses to complaints and problems, and to oversee the property on a weekly basis, if not more. Require compliance with city standards and codes, and that is why we have specific citations within the proposed ordinance, keying in on waste collection, noise, animal care, and things like that. Building and life safety, including the physical improvements on the property, and some of the potential issues would be identified early on through an inspection process. And as Ms. Brown indicated, we would ask or require annual inspections for the rental projects, the short-term rentals. Under noise and performance, again, putting a cap on maximum occupancies to reduce down that threshold that would have greater tendency to generate more noise. Adult presence and minimum age standards. Marketing consistent with city regulations, requiring that marketing information and online information include the website or our licensing information, as well as some of the important rules and regulations that we require, including rules posted for the occupants awareness. This came up at our last meeting, specifically stating and requiring that the tenants see what the waste collection rules are, and strict parking standards. And that really includes prohibiting parking off the paved and improved surfaces that were built for or improved for parking. That prohibits them from parking on the sidewalk, on the street, unless there's actually designated spaces for parallel parking, not allowing parking the swales or on the lawn. And again, being a little bit repetitive, but going on to traffic and parking. And the application requires a site sketch and statement of how many parking spaces the property has to begin with. An inspection would confirm that. Excessive occupancy, first, we have, like most ordinances do that we reviewed in the sample, other cities regulate both the maximum registered guests as well as the maximum daytime or visitors on the property. And the registered guests are documented in the lease, and the maximum penalty that we'll get to in a few slides down talk about when a maximum penalty could be applicable to violations, which includes exceeding the maximum occupancy of the property. Unruly behavior, again, being repetitive, but we feel the caps on guests and visitors also has a tendency to reduce down the potential for parties and things like that that may break the capacity of the property and exceed noise regulations. Minimum age to lease the property.
Mr. Rumpf,
yes.
excuse me for one moment. Are we still on the same slide? I think
I'm moving quicker than what
on the slides.
you can
Okay.
probably,
All right.
yes.
Just making sure. I'm trying to
Thank
connect
you.
the dots. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Going to advance to property damage, unruly behavior and property damage. One more slide, I think. Thank you. And closing that out with, like I said, allowing a maximum penalty applied to this standard as well. Next slide. That went through the kind of like the why the ordinance contains what it does and what we anticipate as potential problems. This is where we continue to provide you information on the existing process. And again, the theme was to communicate when there was concerns, logically, concerns about implementation of this ordinance, getting the word out on the street to the businesses and property owners who lease their properties on how this is going to work. Both the application process and now the enforcement process is very similar to how it applies to properties today that are being rented. And this is a little bit of information. We got 2 slides that talks about the enforcement process. And this is Code Enforcement Process 101, and this is how it's laid out for your edification. A code case is open. In other words, it could be complaint driven, a reactive nature of our code compliance system, or it could be proactive in meaning that it was obvious to staff that there was a violation or PD picked up on something. And then evidence is collected through the initial inspection, of course. Warning notice or notice of violation is issued. Correction period is given, commonly 15 to 30 days on average violations. If it's non-compliant, then there's a notice of violation and a notice of hearing. Still non-compliant, then the special magistrate hearing is held. And staff provides backup and information, including an assessment of the fines that would be assessed per day. And noting here at the bottom that the hearing held for adjudication would establish an official first case. So that the next time there'd be a repeat violation, if it were, and then the proper fees would be assessed and treated. And of course, we point out that appeals go to the circuit court. Next slide, please. Continue on specifically to fines. You may want to back up one. Can you go to, should have another. There you go, thank you. This gets into the fines themselves. The $15,000 max fine was pointed out in our first presentation, which got some attention, and it might be misleading. First off, it's important to note that that is codified in our system right now. And again, it allows for this maximum potential scenario. And those 2 words that are neither defined in state statutes, where it originates, irreversible and irreplaceable, nor is it defined in the city's code of ordinances. However, I think it goes without saying that it's up to a special magistrate based upon the facts to make that judgment and determination. You know, the simplest of cases, if someone were to rip down a state recognized, I'm trying to remember the word is for a state recognized tree, and we used to have one out here. It might have been relocated. But anyway, if someone were to replace that, rip it down, we have a tree preservation ordinance. You wouldn't be able to replace that. It's gone. It's not irreparable. It's not replaceable. So that's not a really good example when we're talking about potential house parties and property damage on or off the property, but it's something that you could, to describe a potential scenario, and it's probably more common than what the house parties are. But so again, that's codified in our code now. Now, this slide points out something else that's relevant. Even in that case, it's up to a magistrate and possibly even a recommendation by staff that they could start out below that 15,000, and it could ultimately be greater depending upon the case. So it is not an automatic $15,000 fine in many cases. All right. So it's important to note here, these fines would apply to a non-health and safety permit violation, whether it is a long-term rental, or it's the current status quo application that we process, as well as the new short-term rentals. This is the general fee structure that would be used. And again, fees are sent, or appeals are sent to the City Commission in this case. Next slide. This is probably a little bit out of place, and Salika may have summarized some of this, but this is just comparison of application fees, and I think this is our first presentation as well. Next slide. How staff perceived some of the greatest concerns when this was presented at first reading are summarized in this slide, and what we believe are the best reactions to it, or solutions to it, or answers to it. Again, generally touched upon the irreversible and irreparable concern. It is currently codified, and there isn't too much more that we can describe about that. I think you know it when you see it. When you have if 30 people, 30 kids show up on a piece of property that maybe was a foreclosure or something, and have a house party and there's a lot of damage. It allows for such an assessment of a fine that matches the action and the damage that was done on the piece of property. So also say I refer in this slide under that same category or topic of irreparable, irreversible. Also see slides explain the penalty fees, in that there are a lot of other fees that are going to first be applicable depending upon the problem or the damage or the violation. Next was, there was a question over the sufficient implementation time period. Well, staff points out first that it's the same process that is in place now, and we will be sending out a couple notices in advance of the renewal period of October 1st to the deadline. So those who have current applications are going to be informed of it. We'll be providing them with this ordinance and relevant information that they should know immediately, the greatest differences and changes. And we also have, staff talked about this, we have a grace period perhaps we could apply depending upon when they realize it and if it's a newcomer to the process. So in other words, it's someone who has been operating a short-term rental but has not been subject to our application process. We're not aware, they're a newcomer to the process. So staff talked about an implementation or grace period that they would have. Obviously, we know that the property could require permits for the improvements that would be necessary to address violations or unpermitted work, or even to hot wire, if you will, put into the main wiring system the detection systems that this ordinance requires. So we could apply a grace period to that to allow them more time. And we plan on doing that. User-friendly implementation, I think I'd be redundant, but it's basically the same thing that I've just indicated, that it's a status quo process that most out there are familiar with now. The applications will include checklists for guidance for them. Garbage and trash, we indicated that we could, and we've already drafted the wording to add to the current ordinance so that the local responsible party is required to post, along with contact information for the tenants, the garbage collection schedules and some of the rules that apply, of the containers to be used, when it can be and when it cannot be placed to the curb and removed. Speaking to, had an opportunity to interview, if you will, it's a city employee who also has some rentals in the city that are short-term rentals. So he came to us with some questions which were good to test the ordinance by. I spoke to him and brought up that same issue, and he didn't seem to hesitate to say that he could easily apply the security deposit in the event that his tenants were not following the garbage rules and putting it out timely and overflowing containers and things like that. So it seems like the management and the operators will be on board with us to help with that as well. Next slide. We had talked about having the business tax receipt license information posted at the platforms, online platforms. And I was informed that both Airbnb and VRBO currently require that. And I was shown their application information, and that's one of the attributes that they require filled in on their process. So that's in place now. Fees assessed for frequency of emergency calls, deliberating with the city attorney, as well as reflecting upon our findings when we put together the chronic nuisance ordinance. The attorney's office did not recommend that being included within the ordinance itself, and there were different legal reasons behind that. Owners' awareness of fees and penalties. Again, standard process applies. standard penalties, application fees. They'll be informed of, which do differ. Mostly everything else is generally status quo. And lastly, the maximum penalty fee of $15,000. I've already kind of touched upon that. If there's any questions, let me conclude there. Offer you plenty of time to discuss and ask questions.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by saying that, like many things in government, this is about a balancing act between two things. One, protecting private property rights and the right of people to rent their private property, but also to ensure that we protect the quality of life of the surrounding neighborhoods. It is the balance between the two. And I do support sensible regulations to ensure just that, but we also don't want to become a burden to private property owners. So it is, again, the balance between those two. For those of you that are joining us today for the first time, this resulted in a lengthy conversation in our previous City Commission meeting, hence the workshop. So I'm going to turn now to my colleagues to ask questions for Mr. Rumpf or make comments. I'm going to begin with Vice Mayor Turkin, who is online. Vice Mayor, if you want to take it away. Questions, comments?
Sure. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mike, Salika, development staff, thank you so much again for working so hard on this. I just got a couple questions. And some of the stuff I don't think was on the slideshow, or maybe I missed it. And I've spoken with a representative from one of the platforms, but I've also spoken to multiple property owners that operate in this capacity. And so, some of the things that were brought up were the mandated landline at the residence. Can we clarify, is it okay for that landline to be capable through Wi-Fi? Because that language is a little bit subjective, so I just want to make sure that it's simplistic.
All right, Mr. Rumpf, I believe you've heard the question.
I did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Interesting. We haven't used the word landline for some time.
Right.
Most of us have eliminated our landlines and just use cell phones. We could alter it for second reading so that there is that flexibility. And I did. The gentleman, the operator, who's a city employee here, had that same question and concern over how do you bill it and things like that. So we can polish that to allow flexibility.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I think that's a thing of the past, right? The other thing I saw in there was the concern that I saw in some of the concerns that I received was I guess the room-to-room lease, and some information and feedback I gathered was that a lot of times you'll have travel nurses. Bethesda does a lot of contracting out for travel nurses, and so you'll have some of these owners operate on a room-to-room basis to fill that need for medical staff at the local hospitals. And so I guess really I just would want to get an opinion and have my colleagues think about what their position is on maybe lifting that. Because I definitely don't want to eliminate or create a burden for supplying our local hospital staff. Those travel nurses receive a stipend. As we know, the housing is unprecedented as it is. And so I personally would be okay with maybe being flexible with that part of the language in the ordinance. So I just want to bring that up. The other question I have was, what is the age requirement that is in there? Is it 21?
Vice Mayor, if I could ask you to clarify the question.
Yeah, I believe there was an age requirement in order to rent out. If I'm mistaken, correct me, I apologize.
Yes, no. We had planned to include an age restriction. What is the application now?
We don't have an exact, we don't have like an exact age to
It's
find
section
it, correct?
6.
We have a couple different things that we're looking at. One, the local responsible party would have to be 26, 25. And I believe, I'm sorry, someone's pointing out the section.
It was 13-96, section 4, where it says any registered guest is under the age of 21 must have the registered guest be 25 years
Yes.
old.
Correct. That's the way it's drafted now.
So you would need, if I'm 21, I would need someone there that's 25.
Under the age of 21, then you would require, there would be required to basically have a supervising adult, if you will.
Under the age of 21, but 21 and up would still be able to register as a guest.
21 and up, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. And then everything else was covered. The other thing I have was, so if there's multiple violations or there could be a potential suspension of operations, was that up to 180 days or was that for 365?
That's under the suspension section.
Yes.
And fourth violation up to a period of 365 days. Third violation to 180 days. Is this what you're reading from?
Yep.
Okay. And what was the question?
So it's up to 180 days is the maximum suspension, correct?
No, suspension can lead even more. It then has a factor of for each additional violation, additional 30 calendar days. So
Okay, perfect.
It to escalate until a point where it qualifies for a revocation.
Gotcha. Okay, because one of the representatives from the platform had mentioned up to a 365-day suspension, I guess is what they've seen in other municipalities, but it seems that this is a tiered system, so that makes sense. And then the other conversation, and just for clarification, was, so I know that there was dialogue around the maximum penalty fee of $15,000. So, you know, I know that in the last year or two, we have not seen a fee of that nature go up from code, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if in that situation there was a habitual offender and they were cited a $15,000 fee, they still would have the ability to appeal that and bring that back to the commission, correct? They could appeal that to the commission.
Yes, there are no exemption to the process or eligibility for appeals.
Okay, so if there was, you know, someone new, you know, doing this in unfortunate circumstances, if there was a $15,000 fine that was cited, they could come back and appeal that to us as the body.
Yes, there is still due process that they could follow.
Yep. Okay. So no, I feel good about this. Thank you guys so much for all of your work on this. I know this was very detail oriented, and I really appreciate it. You know, the only thing I would you know, just I guess ask my colleagues to consider is the rental lease, or maybe carry on that conversation, and then also the phones being able to be Wi-Fi capable, so we don't have to enforce, you know, an actual landline.
I see Ms. Radigan is approaching the podium. If you could respond to those questions.
Yes, good evening. Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. I just wanted to make a couple of comments regarding the room rental. So right now, Commissioner Turkin, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Turkin is correct. We are prohibiting room rental, so it's only entire unit rental now. The thought behind that was to, if you think about limiting capacity, if you have 4 or 5 bedrooms, that would give someone the ability to rent 4 or 5 different people within one unit. It is a policy decision if the commission would like to move forward with something like that. I would suggest that if that is something the commission would like to move forward with, that we do that on an owner occupied basis, meaning that if the owner occupies the unit, then they could rent rooms within that unit, to kind of tier between just full rental versus no room to room rental. So this would allow, if it's owner occupied, to allow rooms in that situation only to be rented. The idea behind that is that if the owner is there, he will help mitigate any unruly behavior that may occur by having so many different people renting within one unit.
I think if I could add
That-
too.
That makes sense. I think that's a good middle ground.
I think what I'd like to add too is another reason why you're going to hear planners preach this message about a single family home being rented as a family, because our regulations are based upon traditional zoning density. It's a single family. We've been around and been into the details of this when we dealt with group homes. That's another exception to it, to allow, for example, a recovery home to operate with a generally atypical family, but legally, and the Supreme Court indicates and has protected the recovery process to include unrelated individuals. So that's an exception to it. Otherwise, our standard regulations has been changed over time, but it defines what a family is. And it can be, the whole idea is that it operates as a unit, as a family unit. They don't necessarily have to be blood relatives, but they share a kitchen and they operate that way. We don't have control over how this is going to operate if you have individual rooms with individual families. So we're allowing to stretch the rule a little bit when it's owner occupied, owner present. Does that make sense? So zoning theory, one unit, one single family, one family unit. Whether they're vacationers, friends, relatives, they're vacationing together and they rent the whole home together.
This also has some pretty obvious performance standards tied to it. If you're renting to 5 separate people, you will get 5 separate cars, versus if you're renting as a whole, you get the performance standards of one family versus different people renting. That's just the reason why it was written the way it was. But like I said, we're if there is a desire to change that, we're happy to do so.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned, Amanda, is great with the owner occupied. I think that that's like a solution to the potential problem of eliminating the ability for travel nurses. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And with that, I do not have any other questions or comments at this time, and just have a deep appreciation for all y'all's hard work on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Amy Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Turkin asked many of my questions I have on my paper. I do want to piggyback on the telephone really quick. The concern that staff and I think the city has is that, it is for the renter's safety to be able to reach 911 in case of an emergency. And, if you're traveling and you're not from the area, some people don't know exactly what to do. But I do like Vice Mayor Turkin's idea of making it Wi-Fi compatible, so that we aren't requiring the owner to have a landline phone and then a phone bill and all that. They can tap into the Wi-Fi that most short-term rentals already have for their renters' use. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm going in circles on the room rental, the portion that talks about limiting the room rentals. And, we don't want there to be 5 different individual people renting one house, because then we run into parking issues. So I think we have to figure out what that happy medium is. Is there a way that we could limit it to 2 applications per property as opposed to, because we understand, I mean, there are the owner occupied homes where they're renting out a room, but then you may have an owner who owns a home and they'll rent out 2 rooms for kind of a, longer term, but still qualifies under short-term rentals. Can we limit the number of applications in a home so that there aren't 5 per se? Like you can't rent out 5 rooms even if your home has 5 rooms. Is there a way that we can word that to have it be that there's 2 applications available per some time period or that overlap? I don't know, Mike, if you have an opinion on that.
My thought is, I've got mixed emotions on it. And in fact, my wife was a traveling nurse and I traveled with her and stayed with her in a couple of houses. We have the parking standard. We should be able to rely upon that. I think the best fix was to say, okay, if it's owner occupied, then he's there and he's seeing where the cars are parked and he's kind of has his hands on it. In many cases, maybe he knows these people. He's renting out rooms of relatives and friends and things like that. I did stay in a master suite in a standard 4-bedroom home in Western Port Charlotte with my wife, and she had the master suite and the other 2 bedrooms were rented out. And the caretaker, a relative of the owner, lived in the garage. Now, he may have been complying with Port Charlotte's same rule of owner occupied. But the thing is, these people don't know each other. In most cases, they do not know each other and they aren't going to be partying together. It was very quiet. So it comes down to the parking issue, and we already have the parking standard. So if that's concerned, I think we have that performance standard of thou shalt park on improved surfaces and not on the lawn. And that's very easy to enforce because it's visually obvious. So that's my opinion. We could write it to limit that, but it may not be accomplishing much more than what the other standards do.
A couple of other points on this subject. Boarding homes or like rooms for boarding isn't currently allowed within the city for long term. So this would become kind of difficult to regulate if we are allowing short-term room boarding. It's very difficult to be able to kind of police that from turning into something long-term. So it would be a deviation from what we allow even currently with our standard rentals.
Okay. So really we already have rules in place that prevent someone from renting multiple rooms in an unoccupied home. Yes. Well, so that answers that question for me. So, okay, so I'm comfortable with Vice Mayor Turkin's point in that, and what city staff has recommended, that we can do like owner occupied, and that owner has to be present in order to rent a single room to a traveling nurse, because I understand that aspect. The minimum age requirement, my concern is that, at 21, if they're able to live there and be responsible, I don't know, is the 25 resident or representative, is that in compliance? Is that going, are we using or referencing that from another city? Is that why we did that minimum 21 with then having somebody that's over the age of 25, if they're under 21, be the responsible party? Is that where that's coming from?
Not all the other ordinance examples in the sample that we looked at had that rule. But then we were just looking at what are some of the ingredients that typically can be contributing factors to unruly behavior. And that generally, in the most cases where there was problem cases, it was younger underage. So note that this is under 21. So 21 and above can apply for it. That's usually what many, as I understand, the platforms indicate as well. And they do that background checking, particularly VRBO does. So it's under 21. Then you need someone at least 25.
And they have to, that person has to be on property with them, or they have to be that responsible? So they have to,
They would have to be, yes, they would have to be part of the registered guests. In other words, if there is a registered guest under the age of 21, then there also needs to be a supervisor, if you will, hopefully at a more mature age of 25 or more.
right, so and the reason I'm asking is because it sounds like if we're requiring somebody to be over the age of 25, then anyone under the age of 21 shouldn't be allowed to rent. Is that, I mean,
They typically are not, yes, usually the age is 21 is the minimum to actually be the
right, so
the
I'm just
lessee. Yes.
wondering if that's confusing, because when I read it, I had to read it a couple times to really understand what that meant. And so what I'm understanding is that nobody under 21 can rent
Yes, correct.
as a primary renter, the only
lessee on
person,
the lease, yes,
right.
correct.
And then anyone over 21 is fine. Okay,
That's correct.
okay. And then, did we have a requirement or an age requirement before? Or this is all new, right? New changes?
This is new, yes.
Okay.
No, you did not. No, we do not have an age restriction for the current long-term rentals.
Okay. And then do we know, I know you mentioned that you think VRBO, do we know, is this kind of across the board, 21 and older for rentals on most platforms?
Yes, I was told that the VRBO specifically will do the background checking for the minimum age.
So this is consistent with what is the norm at this
Correct.
point? Okay.
Our understanding, yes.
Okay. And then one of my, we talked about fines quite a bit during the last commission meeting. And, one of my, it's important that we're, holding owners accountable, but then how then, and Mike, you might not know the answer, I might have to talk to someone at Airbnb if an owner is fined for something that they've done everything we've asked them to do. They've made sure the garbage was posted. They made sure that they had all the things in place, and their renter failed to do what they were supposed to do. And there's a fine now on the property against the owner, and the owner is now responsible. What then can the owner do to enforce that with the renter? Because the owner is who's going to be responsible to the city. I was concerned that and I'm guessing then the owners would be a little bit more careful for their renting too, if they're not going through a platform. But I'm kind of looking for ideas on what we can do to assist owners when they do have an issue, like
Sure.
that,
Well,
and and it might come down to wording having to do with their security deposit. We have to make sure, we have to check with the city to make sure that there are no violations, and there have been no violations on the property before we can return your security deposit. I don't know if that's just additional language that we'll have to require, but I mean, that's one of my concerns for the owners is if they're doing everything right and everything we've asked them to do. But
sure. The good news, the good and the bad news, it's a short-term lease. So even though that may make it difficult for someone to apply that to the security deposit, they can prevent that doesn't happen again. So there's that property owner. And the information that you fill out at these platforms, particularly VRBO, you can have special notes on there. They are not allowing to lease to certain parties, X, Y, and Z. So that can be stated on the record. So VRBO has that basically that attribute in their system. So that's kind of the bottom line. So if there is the bad case. And also keep in mind that our code compliance process is fairly friendly. And the types of violations we're talking about, either if it's something that needs to be permitted and improved on the property ahead of time, we would know that before they're issued the BTR. Otherwise, the other violations are fairly simple and the same things that apply to any other property in the city. whether it's trash, property maintenance, and things like that. And they would know that as well. And most of those are easily corrected within a time period that they are given to come within compliance, thereby minimizing what fee may be assessed on the property to begin with. In fact, we give them 15 to 30 days on average, and it could be more if it's something that needs more time. Maybe it needs to, a permit needs to be pulled for it. More time can be given for them to fix that. So the fine itself should be very minimal, if there is a fine assessed.
Okay, thank you. And then, so sticking on the fines for just, and you know, this fine thing, I'm glad that we're doing this because I think that education is key. I saw a post pop over social media in the last couple of days with an owner of a short-term rental who posted a video of their garbage can. This is how they, you know, it's the day that garbage was supposed to go out and their garbage didn't get taken out. And now they're like, what do I do? So I think that, you know, it's key that we're having these discussions so that we can, you know, get the word out and educate the owners on, you know, what their options are and what they can do and how they can handle situations like that. And you know, so thank you for that. And then I just had one question as far as the annual inspections go. You know, there's concern that, you know, that if there's renters in there, I mean, I would assume that there's going to be significant notice that an annual inspection is coming, schedule it at the convenience. Obviously, we don't want to inconvenience owners that have renters in the property. So how are we going to handle that? And also, what are we going to be looking for in these inspections? Just so I know for my record.
Well, first, I think it's a two-part question. And first off, they're going through the process now. The applicant, the owner, or local responsible party has some control over when the inspection is held. With short-term leases, there is a chance that they could time that in between their leases around that time period. Maybe that also falls within the grace period of a month after, so forth, to finish the lease and have the preceding lessee vacate the property before the second one is held. Worst case, they've got to indicate to an existing tenant that a basic inspection is going to be held, maybe a little bit less convenient, but that's the rights of a property owner to have access to the property. Worst case. And then second part to your question was,
What an annual inspection would consist of?
we'll have a
What are
punch
things we're
list
looking for?
of what those things are. Obviously, the basic emphasis will be on safety, life safety requirements. So if there are proper pool barriers and things like that, and gates and.
So I'm looking at the inspection checklist. So some of those things include operable smoke detectors in each room. Operable, this says landlined with capability to call 911. Operable fire extinguishers. Swimming pool or spa or hot tub shall comply with current standards for residential swimming pools, and it cites the act. So they're largely safety related.
Okay, thank you. And so part of this, we also, it touched on having wired smoke detectors. And that is something that could potentially cause an issue with owners complying with that. That may require all kinds of wiring and rewiring and having a system that would alert police and, you know, and fire. So that was another concern that I had, that those would be wired as opposed, you know, would be hardwired. I know the reason to have them hardwired. I know apartment buildings and those, you know, require that, you know, our code requires that. But I have concerns with having those hardwired, that it would cause an issue with owners trying to comply with that. So
There is cost to that, yes. Well, this is a similar building code requirement that's applicable to group occupancies. And generally, if you got the number of 15 or more, 20, or, you know, that higher number, that's a group occupancy. And that is the code that would apply to that. So there is existing code that justifies such a more stringent standard.
right.
I don't know, maybe Andrew can help me out. I don't know if those systems are low voltage, which are not really that big of a deal to to wire into the system.
Typically, they're Andrew Mack, Deputy City Manager. They're not low voltage. They are hardwired. They do offer a 10-year device because it is in the building code currently. If you're upgrading electric at your home, that is actually required for you to upgrade your smoke detectors to hardwired. There is now a provision in the building code that allows for a 10-year because they make the 10-year battery to substitute for hardwiring. That would be the other option.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, and you know, this is just my input on that is, you know, we want to increase safety, but at the same time, we don't want to cause a hardship to the residents. And at the end of the day, we're also limiting how many people they can rent to. And so we're telling them you can only rent to a family or a small number of people, but yet we're going to require you to have things in place that you would if you were in a big building or a multi-occupancy home. So
Just to clarify, Commissioner, currently that is not part of the ordinance. It was one of the options that I believe we spoke about adding into the ordinance. So thank you for bringing it up. Right now, the ordinance does not include hardwiring of smoke detectors.
I would not be in favor of that. That's my opinion. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Angela Cruz.
I'm going to try to be quick because it's almost 6:30. I do have a few things that I want to talk about. Really glad to see the fee schedule being added instead of the up to $15,000 fee. I'm really happy to see that you have fees within the hundreds of dollars versus the 15,000. I think that's much better, and I think it, you know, adding that fee schedule would be beneficial to homeowners and to anybody who wants to rent an Airbnb because it's clear, it's defined, and it's not a guessing game. So I am very happy with that, and I'm in favor of that. For the landline, I would be in favor of removing it. I think that it's an undue burden. I don't think that majority of people, at least I don't have a landline in my home anymore. I know a lot of people don't. If we're renting to people over 21 years of age, it would be safe to say that the majority of those people have cell phones, if not all of them do, including seniors as well. So I think that adding a requirement for a landline would be kind of an undue burden for homeowners, because then they would either have to pay for a landline service in addition to all the fees that we're creating, and then, you know, saying that it could be added on Wi-Fi. I don't even know how to do that. So, you know, I think a lot of people wouldn't know how to do that. I don't think it's necessary, honestly. So I would be in favor of removing that requirement of the landline. In regard to the room limit, I would be also in favor of removing that requirement, or if the board wants to make it only to occupied homes. One thing that I was thinking about is maybe we could think about the rooms that are being rented having a maximum based on the amount of parking spaces that the home allows. For example, if it's a 2-bedroom home and you have spaces for 2 cars to be parked in that home, then maybe that would be reasonable, or, you know, whatever the board thinks, but that's just an option of something that we could think about where, you know, we could provide 1 parking space per room, and, or maybe create a maximum, as it was stated before, of maybe a maximum of 2. But yeah, I think that, you know, some people are using these Airbnbs as income, and we don't want to create too many undue burdens on homeowners. And then one thing that we talked about at the last meeting was the garbage bins. I've gotten so many pictures from Airbnbs where the trash is not only full, but there's like trash outside of it. So I know we discussed at the last meeting the possibility of maybe providing an additional trash bin to certain properties that are being Airbnb'd, obviously not the ones in apartment complexes, but maybe the single family homes. If the board is in favor of that, I think that would be something that could help for the larger homes, with single family homes that have excessive trash, because having a bin and knowing what day the trash comes is helpful. But if the trash bin is completely full and there's more, and then the next day, I think the issue that I've heard before in phone calls and text messages from some residents has been, the trash came yesterday, they took the trash, but today there's another whole pile. So I think that was kind of the concerns that I've heard before. With the annual inspection, I know that kind of is a bit of an issue for some people, of the possibility of having the inspection be like preclude them from being able to rent their property on that date. So maybe we can look into ways to try to mitigate that. And then I agree with Commissioner Kelly on the smoke detector. I think as long as they have a smoke detector at all, and safety precautions, I don't think we need to define what kind of smoke protector, just to not be an undue burden to homeowners. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. A lot has been said. An hour has already passed. So what I'd like to do is open the floor for public comments. I'll reserve my personal comments after I've heard from the public. Ms. Radigan, did you have any quick responses before we go to public comment?
Not responses. I just wanted to make sure that we have consensus on a few of these issues. Would you like me to reserve that for after public comment?
Let's reserve that, because the members of the commission may have additional comments to make after hearing
Absolutely.
the public. I didn't want to make any assumptions. Let's do that. For those of you, again, if this is your first time coming, this is only a workshop. No final decisions, no voting will take place. We can give direction. 3 minutes per person. We've got 2 podiums. After the last person in the audience has spoken, we're going to go to those online. And let's begin. If you would like to speak on this item, please approach one of the podiums. There's a timer behind me. 3 minutes per person. State your name for the record. And while you do this, I'm going to pass the timer to Commissioner Cruz, because I do need to quickly step up, but I'll be right back. All right, Commissioner, you got it. Okay.
Hello, I'm Brian Ross. Do I have to also give my address as well, or? No, okay. I'm Brian Ross. I'm the official Airbnb community leader for Palm Beach County. I would like to also speak to you all much later when I have more than 3 minutes to tell you a whole lot of things that you do want to know about how to do this right, because there are a lot of things that your staff knows from what they hear from League of Cities, but they've missed some really good things that might be an opportunity to legislate. And I also want to say for the record that we're for legislation, we're not against it. We're just for sensible legislation and trying to come up with reasonable things, just as you are tonight. And I really appreciate the fact that you're all trying to find reasonable solutions, because I visit many places and some of them are not always so reasonable. But I wanted to just take a quick look at some of the notes of what we were talking about. And I think you do also need to involve your city attorney, because 509, our state law, is an enormous mess. We can all agree with that. I've been up to Tallahassee more times than I can tell you about, and I know that legislation is coming again. So this $15,000 fine that you're all talking about is going to get wiped off the books very fast, because right now the maximum fine they're talking about for any infractions is roughly around $250. So I think that you also want to think about, as you're legislating here, doing things that are going to craft into whatever is coming up next year, because I guarantee you there will be another bill next year, and we're all trying to get to some central point where we can all agree on a common standard. Also, relative to the inspections, 509 doesn't actually allow you to do that. The DBPR still reserves the right to inspect, so you probably want to check again with the state and make sure that you can actually inspect physically in the building. You could inspect the outside. You can do anything that you would normally do to any other residential property, but the DBPR still reserves that right. I'm happy to hear about the wiring requirements. We'll just go past those. STRs are fundamentally transient rentals, but at the same time, we also have the state's transient law. It says that if you stay any place for more than 30 days or 30 days over 3 months, you become a tenant. And that's a bit of a tricky thing for us too, because the law for the state, the STR law, is transient. So oftentimes, even though we don't really require rental leases at all for anybody, that's going to be a problem when we get to 30 days, because they do need a lease, because at that point, these people can become kind of super squatters if they want to and start doing anything to anybody. They can thumb their nose at us. They can thumb their nose at you. Your code enforcement people can't do a thing to them. So we have to kind of come up with ways to deal with plus 30 rentals because of the state law, transient law. So I'd be happy to talk to you about that. Garbage is another thing that we also see as a problem. Sometimes people come in, there's a lot of folks in there for a day or two. They have a small event that doesn't get out of hand, isn't loud, but they do generate a lot of trash. I do advise my hosts to try and get rid of that by collecting it privately, like take it away from the place before it's bad. We do have to come on site. If we have to come on site for any reason, when somebody is renting, at least through Airbnb, we have to get permission from the guest in writing to come on there, because at that point they own the property for the duration. So in terms of inspections, that's another issue you may want to look at. As a new, okay, I will hopefully talk to you all later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Again, we've got two podiums, both of them work, either one.
Thanks, Commissioner. My name is Jeffrey Cregan. I'm licensed realtor. I actually grew up right outside the city limits in Boynton Beach, out in West Boynton. And I own annual rental properties, as well as short-term rental in Boynton Beach. Obviously, like the gentleman said before me, positive that there are regulations, right? People like myself and other operators, we want to, increase our occupancies and our rates and, make sure that the right people are getting the right attention. And we want everyone, our guests, to, have a great stay at there. And it's kind of like a city-wide thing. I think Boynton Beach in general is kind of lacking a great housing in general as far as hotels, right? So, we don't have a go-to, maybe a higher-end hotel in Boynton Beach. So what do we get to do as Airbnb owners? We can offer that, at least give that experience to people when they visit Boynton Beach. I think this is short-term rentals are very positive for Boynton Beach. With that being said, questions on kind of regulate the parking. It's kind of very discretionary. These are no HOAs. There's no sections for guest parking in these cities. How do you kind of regulate that on swells? I mean, there's really, if I throw a party tonight at my home in Boynton Beach, where am I going to park anyways, right? So if an owner throws a regulated party, how do they, where's the discretion on that? Max occupancy, what is that kind of based on? Is that based on the square footage of the home or the bedrooms? I was kind of confused on that. I mean, 15 people, that's a lot for a home. I do agree. But how is that kind of, I think it would make more sense if there's X amount of square footage, there should be that amount of people in there, something like that. There's something to be said as I transact short-term rentals. I, get them for buyers and I sell them for my clients. Now, looking forward to this, is these permits and registration, are they going to be transferred to new owners, right? If I sell one today, does a new owner get that, assume essentially those permits, right? I think that's something to think about as well. And then adding a cap on STRs in the area, just kind of not sure how you want to regulate that. And, what would you do with the existing ones that are already there if in that area there already is a cap? Yeah, I think everything was kind of, it was great to be here, great to hear, especially Amy Kelly about, definition of if I rent to somebody and they do something audacious, how am I getting, fined for that? I did everything right. I did X, Y, Z, but it's just kind of, I'm not liable for their actions. But, just kind of great to hear everybody on board, and we are for regulations. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, next speaker. Now would be the time to approach the podium. Going once, going twice. All right, I see no one in the chamber, no one else approaching the podium. Let's go to those online. Mani, how many people do we have with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, as such, public comments on this item are now closed. Again, this is only a workshop, no final decisions. We will revisit this in a future time. Let's turn back now to the commission for any additional comments or questions as we begin to wrap up for this item. And who would like to begin? Commissioner?
Thank you. My only question that came out of public comment was making sure that we are complying with 509. And so, the speaker brought up some good points that we need to look into. So I would hope that city staff work with legal to make sure that we're not doing something, putting something in regulation that is not permitted. So those are my only final comments. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry about that. I just want to piggyback. A lot of good stuff was said. I think what Commissioner Kelly said about the smoke detectors, finding an alternative for that. I do think we need them. Maybe not requiring them to be wired, I think would be great. One of the public speakers brought up the max occupancy. So 15, I think, is high. So I don't know if staff can look at maybe, and I feel like I saw this somewhere, maybe like 2 per bedroom, plus 2 individuals. I know some homes may have like a pull-out couch or a sleeper, but I do think that 15 is a little bit high. I do want to stay firm on having that landline. Those Wi-Fi capable phones range from anywhere from $20 to $100, and you would just link them up to your Wi-Fi the same way you would as like a Roku or other streaming service. And so, it's a simple compatibility tool. And then the registration, I do think it would make sense to transfer that registration if someone had purchased, and I think that's all I have written down, but a lot of good feedback. And I think we do need to look at the compliance of 509 as well.
Was that it, Vice Mayor? Or did you
Yes,
cut off?
let me just good to go.
All right, thank you. Let's turn now to Commissioner Angela Cruz.
I agree with Commissioner Kelly about making sure that we're compliant with state statutes, specifically 509, but really all state statutes. I'm going to stay firm with the landline. I think it's an undue burden on homeowners. There are people that are more handy than others. I'm not as handy, and I wouldn't really know how to put the Wi-Fi cable in. I think it's an undue burden on seniors specifically, and I don't think that's fair. So, I mean, it's up to the board. If you all want to do it, you can. But in my opinion, I don't think that in 2023 landlines are really going to make much of a difference. Besides that, I would just say for the garbage bin, if, specifically for single family homes, if we, I don't want to say require, but if we can provide the opportunity for single family homes that might have more trash to purchase an additional bin to mitigate the trash issue. And I think I am fine with it otherwise. Thank you.
All right, I think we've heard from everybody, and I want to call up Ms. Radigan. I know you wanted consensus on numerous items. Let me just quickly weigh in. There's a lot of items that were thrown out. When it comes to the landline, let's address that. I do think that's antiquated. This is my personal opinion. So I would not be in favor of requiring that to be the only option. I think there should be other options here. Quite frankly, I really don't know too many people still using a landline, just being honest. Number 2, in terms of the smoke detectors and alarms, I don't see why it absolutely has to be wired in when we do have these 10-year batteries. There is inspection that can be part of the inspection. I'm comfortable. I just want to make sure we move in the direction that is modern, right? In the times that we live in today. In terms of the garbage can that you brought up, Commissioner, I think I'm comfortable with that as well. We don't want to have garbage piling up. I think that option is already available, but it's not a requirement that I want it. I don't think that was your intent to require them, but to make sure they have that ability to have that other garbage can bin. What else was brought up? Oh, the room-to-room rental. Based on what I've heard just for today, I'm in favor of having that owner-occupied component. However, having only heard of that today, I do want to explore that option some more and make sure I fully understand the implications of that. And I'll circle back with staff. Was there anything else? Did we miss anything? Did we cover? Go ahead, Commissioner.
After Vice Mayor brought up a point about transfer, and that was something that one of the members of the public had mentioned. My only concern with transferring it is what I'm guessing from that is that if you already have a short-term rental and you're selling it and you're kind of listing it as, hey, we've been short-term rentaling it and you can keep going. I'm hesitant to agree to automatically let that transfer because we don't know who you're selling it to. And we don't know if they're going to comply and we don't know if they're doing everything on the up and up. And so that's my concern with having an automatic transfer. Maybe there's something, a way that we can address that, but that's my
Yes,
concern
no,
with
thank
that.
you for that. So actually, right now, they are not transferable, and that is because we are, I'm getting consent for several different things in the application. So we would need the new owners to consent to the same things that the old owners did. We'd need a new local representative identified. So they would need to go through that process. It's different than something like a BTR, where a BTR would be transferable from owner to owner. This permit process, this regulatory part would not be transferable.
Gotcha. So they can transfer the BTR, but we would require the same application process.
Yes, it would be
that
the
they
same
do.
application.
We can transfer BTRs only in the event of change of ownership or location change. So they still will undergo the application process by which we will review those applications and take them through the same screening process.
And so just, I'm going to be really quick about this. Since if we limit the number of short-term rentals that we can have, and we have a short-term rental that's selling as, hey, I'm a short-term rental, that BTR, does that protect them, or do they lose that place in,
No.
okay.
No, so currently in the provisions in our code, we don't have any type of restrictions that would prohibit someone from being able to rent their property either short-term or long-term. So anyone purchasing a residential zone property would be able to do that.
So there's nothing in this ordinance that's going to limit the number of short-term rentals that we'll have in the city.
No, actually, I think we're prohibited by the state statute
We are
to allow
prohibited.
that anyway.
Okay. That was just mentioned, so I wanted to make sure that was clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Radigan, you want to go through your list?
Yeah, so staff's goal is to have the second hearing for this item on July 18th. So I want to make sure that I understand things correctly. So we're bringing you back something that you've agreed to. So for landlines right now, the way I have it drafted is that a landline or a Wi-Fi line or an ability to dial 911 would be required. Ability to dial 911. We can broaden that language. Is that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So requiring, it won't only be a landline, but a landline or Wi-Fi line or the ability to dial 911 from or I could remove this item, but those are kind of the options we've spoke about so far. So would we like to beyond a landline? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Turkin, go ahead.
And I know one thing that staff had, and the reason I'm kind of firm on this is it's not just the ability to dial 911, but if there's an issue, it's to be able to get a hold of that guest if there's something going on. Because from what I understand, a lot of times the owner operator will be communicating with that guest via the app, right? And then obviously, they could have, comms elsewhere. But if there's an emergency and, there's something with the property or there's, God forbid, any violent act, that there's an ability to get in touch with the guest at that home was my understanding of one of the reasons for that.
Yes, Commissioner Cruz.
I have a question. Isn't that the purpose of having a designated person who reaches out to the guest?
No, that is so the city has someone to get a hold of in case there is something happening. So we have someone who is designated for that site, so we don't have to track down whoever's renting that site because we do not keep rental records for the property. So I will keep moving forward if there are no objections.
Yeah.
One second. I see two of my colleagues here that'd like to speak on this. Vice Mayor, then we'll go to Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, I think that LRP, and I know one of the final notes and considerations is having that max, reducing the max distance for the LRP. If the LRP is 2.5, 3 hours away, is that sufficient time to take any action? I don't think so. So I think it would make sense to have some form of communication if needed. I definitely understand Commissioner Cruz's point 100%. I think it's more of just a safety safeguard put in place. And what is the current distance for the LRT now?
We indicate the counties and within which they need to reside. The objective is to have a 1 hour response time. That's why it's one
Okay.
county north, or one county south and one county north.
Okay,
Darn.
so we did decrease that barrier. Okay, so we're one county north, one county south. Okay, that's perfect.
All right, Commissioner Kelly, you wanted to chime in as well?
I'll be super quick. And I had this on my notes and I didn't mention this having to do with the phones. You know, one of the important things that we're missing now with this phone component is when the city needs to notify a resident of, let's say, a boil water or something else that is necessary for not necessarily the owner to know, but for the person actually living there or staying there to know that information. So that was one of my concerns with not having that phone or not having that ability. You know, most people who are here renting on a short-term rental aren't going to get alerts necessarily on social media that there's a boil water in the area that they're renting. So that was kind of one of my concerns. If we allowed them to not have a phone, how would that notification happen if we're short-term rental renters are coming in from out of the area? They're not going to know to go on the city's Facebook page or the website to find out if there's a boil water. So I don't know if that's, you know, something city staff can, you know, can look into and make sure that, you know, we have something in place for that. That was a concern of mine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Amanda, just let's start over. We want some clarity in the directions. Say your item again.
To require a landline or Wi-Fi line with the ability to dial 911 or receive messages.
My position is the or.
Right.
That is my position. Let's hear from my colleagues.
I guess last question I'm going to ask is, isn't that the purpose of the designated person who's being paid to communicate with the client or the customer or the person who's using the Airbnb to let them know there's a water boil notice or there's an emergency in the area, or, you know, that's kind of like where my brain goes. It's like, okay, well, there's a person who's being paid to do that job, to communicate with the client. I don't, you could have a landline all you want, but it doesn't mean that people are going to answer the phone. It doesn't mean that we're going to have the time as a city to call every single Airbnb to let them know that there's an emergency or water boiling notice or that sort of thing. I think that if we communicate and work well with the designated person for the Airbnb rental or for the people that are the designated people to do that, they would also be able to get that message. I understand it would be theoretically speaking faster to do it on a landline, but they might not even want to use the landline or they might not respond to the landline. There's no guarantee that somebody's going to answer the phone. Just my 2 cents. It's up to the board, but I'm not in favor of.
Okay. So can we put you down for or you don't want the landline at all? Okay, just to make sure. Commissioner, I think I understand your position. By going through the person, I think what you're saying is it'll be more effective because there is the one-on-one direct human interaction to make sure they know those things. Did I understand you correctly? Okay. So let's turn now to Commissioner Kelly, if you want to give your final thought on specifically this item.
I'm fine with it worded with the or. I think
With
that,
the or.
yeah.
Okay. And Commissioner Hay, I know you just walked in a few minutes ago. I don't know if you want to chime in now or chime in later. This is only a workshop, nothing final.
I'm willing to go along with your oral.
With the or. All right. So a landline or some other means to make sure that there's that communication. All right, thank you. Ms. Radigan, keep going through the list.
Thank you. I'm going to pick the important ones at this point. So the room by room rental, we heard a couple of different things. Right now, the ordinance doesn't allow that. We had talked about a owner occupied versus you can rent every room. We also heard suggestions for limiting the amount of short-term rentals per property. So you could only do, let's say, a maximum of 2 per address. I would just like some consensus from the board on which option we're most comfortable moving forward with.
Would you like to begin?
I mean, I suggested the 2 applications. I would like to see if that's I threw it out there as a possibility. But if I would like to know if that's legally an option. If not, then, I think I'm comfortable with the owner occupied as far as renting multiple rooms. I think that once you start getting multiple applications, you start getting multiple renters, it's kind of hard to depend on the roommate to make sure they're doing all of the things that they're supposed to be doing. And so that's what I'm comfortable with.
And
But
we
I
can
would
look
like
at both options. We can look at both the owner occupied and a maximum or a cap per address, and bring back staff's recommendation on that one too. Because I think we have to do a little bit more research on the legality of those also.
Okay, thank you.
Smoke detectors. Currently, they are not they are required in general rental, so they would be required, but we are not requiring them hardwired here. I heard some desire to do hardwired or 10-year battery.
That is my position. I'm back to the or.
I agree.
We can achieve the same outcomes multiple ways.
A point of clarification, right now our maximum occupancy is listed at 10, maximum of 10 or 2 per bedroom. The 15 person was for any gathering. So if your maximum occupancy, let's say you have 5 bedrooms, you have 2 people per bedroom, 10 people to occupy, you're only allowed 5 additional people for any type of gathering is the way it's drafted now. I just wanted to make sure we weren't mixing up occupancy and gathering maximums.
Understood.
The $15,000.
1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Amanda,
I apologize.
Would the square footage have something to do with that maximum? Because
Currently, it's by bedroom. Currently, it's proposed by bedroom
okay,
for occupancy.
okay.
The $15,000 maximum fee, I just wanted to point out that fee, what we're doing within this ordinance, it's limiting its use. So code compliance is allowed to use that. What we're doing here explicitly is limiting that to 2 specific infractions. So it's something that it's a tool that code enforcement already has, and we're limiting its use within this ordinance to specific types of infractions. So it's not something we're introducing or proposing specific to short-term rentals. I wrote down to require an extra trash bin, but I think that we just wanted to make sure that it is accessible to them and they have the options, which they do. So we won't make any modifications there. Inspections. Currently, we do regulate and we do inspect regular rentals. So the proposal is to do that with short-term rentals as well. We will regroup with the city attorney's office to make sure we are meeting state statute in that respect. That is all I have on my list. If I'm missing anything, please let me know.
All right, thank you so much. Closing thoughts from my colleagues, not that we need it, but anything else? All right, seeing and
Just
go
last
ahead,
thing,
Commissioner, go ahead.
when we talked about the maximum number of rooms, in addition to having owner occupied, the ones that are not owner occupied, can we make them contingent upon parking availability?
It's possible for us to write something like that. It would just be much more difficult to enforce because we find out that through site inspections and through site plans, but I can look into it for sure.
Oh, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, 1 second, Vice Mayor, let me just check. Were you finished, Commissioner? All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
What did we decide on the max occupancy? We said 2 per bedroom plus 5. Is that what I heard?
So what I heard, Vice Mayor, was when it comes to max occupancy, it's 2 per bedroom. Is that correct, Amanda? Did I hear you correctly?
2 per bedroom at a maximum of 10.
At a maximum of 10, so 5-bedroom max.
Okay,
If
perfect.
there is a gathering, then you can have up to 15 people.
It's actually 1.5 times the occupancy, maximum of 15. So the maximum would
15,
be 10 people occupied, 15 people
up
for a
to
gathering.
15.
But they are a ratio that go hand in hand.
Understood.
Okay,
But
thank
that's
you.
Yes.
2 separate things. All right, Vice Mayor, did that answer your questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Is there anything else from my colleagues? Otherwise, it's time to adjourn. All right, may I have a motion to adjourn this workshop?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second? I heard a second. All those in favor of the adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. This workshop is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. We will resume.
Mr. Mayor, the broadcast is restarted and we are now recording.
All right, thank you. This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, and the time is now 7:09 p.m. Before we proceed, I want to remind everyone of our rules of civility and decorum. Officials must first be addressed by the chair and not interrupt a speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais or in the audience. Personal attacks, insults, displays of rudeness, strictly prohibited. Disruptive behaviors from the audience are likewise strictly prohibited. Please govern yourselves accordingly, as offenders may be removed from the chambers. Our invocation for this evening will be led by Commissioner Woodrow Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Amy Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and pledge.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we seek your help and guidance in this meeting tonight. We ask that you bless each and every individual on this dais, as well as those in the audience. Thank you, Lord, for the liquid sunshine. We thank you for our health and strength. We seek your blessing on the tasks that are before us. Bless our efforts. Give us clear thoughts and ideas and deliberation with wisdom. Bless our work with clarity and accuracy, and our decision with impartiality. And we'll give you all the praise and all the glory. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask that we do a roll call again. I know we had a roll call before. Let's go ahead, City Clerk.
Mayor Pensurga,
Here.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We are now going to move on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections. I have 2 items for myself. The first one, and we can have this discussion today or even as a future agenda item, just a quick gauge of the commission if you would like to have a legislative break, not for this year, but for the future years to come. I know some cities do have a legislative break. I'm not sure where your thoughts are on that. Basically, it's a time for people to give them the leeway to go on vacation with their families. But if that's all right with you, would you like to have that discussion today or is that all right? Yeah, today.
We have it
All right.
today.
All right, sounds good. The next item that I'd like to add to the agenda with the consent of my colleagues is that last week, Friday, I received the resignation letter of our city attorney. Their firm has worked with our city for over 3 decades, and I want to thank them for their service over that entire time. And I think of myself as a very tiny blip in the history of the city, but 3 decades, that is an impact, and they have certainly made that. So thank you. Now, having mentioned that, we will need to discuss, again, with the consent of my colleagues, how we proceed forward. I believe from my understanding of speaking with staff is that they have some options for us to consider. So would that be all right with everybody? Let's have that discussion, what our options are. All right, I believe that's it for myself, just those two things. Let's go online. Vice Mayor, do you have anything you want to add, delete, or correct?
No, Mayor, I don't. I just wanted to get an update on the ordinance for the tents. I know that's been on the future agenda.
I didn't hear
just to see the ordinance for the tents, the part tents on the paraphernalia shops.
All right, an update. I'm not sure if staff is ready to discuss that today. Did you mean just a date update, or like, for example,
A date would be great.
brought up, or?
Yeah, this is something that I think I had brought up maybe 6-7 months ago.
All right, I'm going to defer to staff just because I don't know if you guys are ready to discuss that item.
We're not prepared right now to actually bring that forth, but what I can do is I can confer with staff. Obviously, the legality of that item has to be discussed with legal as well. But what we can do is we can add a firm date, Vice Mayor, in the future instead of a TBD, and we can actually shoot for that date to make sure there's actually some finality to that agenda item.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Mayor?
Yes,
no,
go
Mayor,
ahead.
thank you.
Just briefly, regarding future agenda items, just wanted to briefly touch on that subject. Some of these items that are here to say discussion that are added as discussion items, staff doesn't really start working on until we get a consensus from the dais. So that may be some reasons why you're seeing some of these items drag on a little bit, is because we're not getting clear direction as far as moving forward with these items. So it's something that we should talk about in the future. We don't talk about today, but obviously these items, the ones that are for discussion purposes that haven't been assigned a task, we do need you guys to give us consensus that you want us to move forward, or what direction you are looking for.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Mack. That is an excellent point. And Vice Mayor, I'm not sure if you heard all of that, but basically what he's saying is in order for them to come back with that report, we first need to have an initial discussion to see what it is that this entire commission is comfortable with. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so what I'd like to do, Vice Mayor, and if it's all right with my colleagues, let's move up that discussion next meeting. And perhaps if we go through this list, there may be other quick discussions that we can have just so we can give initial direction to staff so they know what to come back with. And I think that seems to be the holdup.
Goodbye, me, Mayor.
All right, sounds good. Let's turn now to Commissioner Kelly, additions, deletions, corrections.
No, I don't. Well, sort of on that same line, Mayor, you had put on quite a bit ago about talking about the parking master plan. And that part of that stemmed out of a discussion that we had with regard to downtown parking and some new development that's coming up. And I know that outside of the major parking master plan was just us getting an idea from staff with the projects that are coming up. Where are we looking as far as public parking how are we looking downtown as far as public parking aside from doing a whole park master plan? So I would like to I thought that it was the commission's will to push that forward, but it's still sitting on TBD. So I would like to move that forward. I think we have a bunch of projects coming up and I would like to have an idea as how our downtown is looking as far as parking goes, as well as I think our residents would like to know that.
What I'd like to recommend, Commissioner, is that we put this for discussion today, just to get all those details out, give direction to staff on this item, because I understand your point. I thought we had given direction on this item, but maybe they're looking for more. I'm not sure, but we'll find out by talking about it today.
Perfect.
Okay. I think that's a quick one that we can do, right? Anything else, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hay, additions, deletions, corrections.
No, I don't have an addition or deletion, but I do have an item that I'd like to, I don't know whether you want to do this at the end. This is for future. You want me to talk about it a little bit now?
I think I'm comfortable with that. You know, we
Okay.
can.
What I like to have from staff is to do an in-depth study on annexation. I'm getting a lot of questions and thoughts on that subject. And what I would like for them to do is to take a look at the feasibility of what areas would be potential candidates and the impact of that, and just do a good study and bring back to us, because I think there's some really good pros and cons, or more pros than cons, and annexing some of these adjacent properties that surround the city of Boynton Beach. So in the future, I'd like to have them bring back that study after they have had an opportunity to look at which one would be more feasible than others. We can prioritize, take a look at the pros and cons of it.
And you said future agenda item.
Yes.
And then this way, first of all, is that all right with my colleagues to add that under future agenda? All right, I get multiple head nods. Let's put that under future agenda. I think staff heard what Commissioner Hay just said. It looks like we're all interested in hearing about this, and then you guys can prepare something for future presentation. Okay, let's put that under future agenda. Was that it, Commissioner Hay?
That's it.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Cruz.
I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so is there anything else for amendments? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Cruz. I heard a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of the motion to amend say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes, agenda amended. We're going to turn now to informational items by members of the City Commission, and I'll also add disclosures. Can never be too safe. Let's begin on my right this time. Let's begin with Commissioner Cruz.
I spoke with Bonnie Miskell regarding number 8A. That's all I have.
All right. Vice Mayor?
I have nothing at this time, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Hay?
No disclosures. I would like to say that I attended the Juneteenth activity celebration on yesterday. It was very good turnout in spite of the heat. I've already talked to some of the staff and our city manager about some ideas of improving that on next year. But it was a good turnout, real good entertainment, and I had the pleasure of judging the barbecue. And let me tell you, we have some really good, what you call them, barbecuers here in the city of Boynton Beach. It was a tough call, but we finally decided on the winner. And they got this big belt like you would get in wrestling, you know, that they could keep for 1 year. So I really want to give kudos to staff for coming up with these ideas, and it was very well received. So just keep up the good works, and preferably the idea that I've shared with the city manager and others, we can make happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ditto a couple of things? I'm a little jealous about the barbecue. I wish I had that. Number two, I couldn't agree with you more about the heat, because
Yes.
it is always a problem. I'd recommend we start scheduling things not at 12, just to throw that out there.
At night.
Maybe not at night, but something in the middle. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Option.
Anything else?
That's it.
That was
Thank
it. Let's go to Commissioner Kelly, informational items and disclosures.
My only disclosure is I had an opportunity to speak to Bonnie Miskell regarding 8A. Thank you.
All right, and for myself, I also spoke with Bonnie Miskell for 8A, and that's it. Okay, so I'm going to go through the announcements, so bear with me. And I know that we've started later than normal because of the workshop, so I'm going to just move expeditiously. All right, the first announcement is that our Boynton Beach Police Athletic League is hosting a free basketball clinic Saturday, July 1st, 2023 from 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Ezell Hester Junior Community Center, located 1901 North Seacrest Boulevard. Handle Life Training's Johnny Stephan Am I saying that right? Stefan, a Boynton Beach native and a professional basketball trainer, is leading the clinic. Always a good thing to have somebody come and return and give back to the community. Youth ages 6 through 17 are invited to sign up. Complimentary lunch and snacks will be provided. Space is limited. I'm not 17, but I may come for the snacks. 4th of July, the City of Boynton Beach 4th of July event, which is called the Red, White, and Blue with a waterfront view, on Tuesday, July 4th from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. at Intercoastal Park. That's 2240 North Federal Highway, Boynton Beach, Florida. The City of Boynton Beach Utilities Department will be performing a system-wide free chlorination for routine maintenance of the water distribution system from July 6, 2023 to July 27, 2023. Again, that is routine maintenance. For more information, you can contact the Water Quality Division at Utilities at 561-742-6964. The budget workshops will take place at the Intercoastal Park Clubhouse located at 2240 North Federal Highway on Monday, July 10th, 2023, starting at 9 a.m. And if needed, we will continue on Thursday, July 13th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. So we did that, something in the morning, something later in the evening, to accommodate as many people as possible. All right, so item E here is a presentation. This is City of Boynton Beach semi-annual grant report. I was told we have Tessie Lacroix, our grants manager, to give us an update of all the grant activities in the city. Thank you so much, and take it away.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable members of the Commission, executive leaders, and Boynton Beach community. My name is Tess Lacroix. I am the city's grants manager here to present the semi-annual grant summary. If I could have the second slide, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Tess, did you want your presentation up or do you want the spreadsheets?
Just a presentation, please.
Okay, so Manny, I think that's the last attachment on the item.
Thank you. Thank you. So the grants team mission is to enhance the achievement of the city's overall goals by providing research, planning support, feedback, and other assistance to its departments in the development of alternative funding sources for citywide projects. So we use electronic means to manage grant-funded projects in order to effectively maintain decentralized operations while we enjoy the benefits of a centralized grant management system. So grant forecasting, as we know, is integral to the budget preparation process, as is grant funding to the budget. And a summary report was prepared for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the budget review team. And it included the project title, funding source, required city match, and any operation and maintenance expenses. Between fiscal years 2022 and 2023, the city received and managed 32 grant awards, totaling about $23,426,000 with a city match of just under $8 million. And during this fiscal year, the city anticipated to submit 19 grant applications totaling $66.7 million with a total city match of $6.5 million. And to date, we've submitted 13 applications totaling $9,242,212. Now, the grant funding cycle for major capital improvement projects usually begin in June with application deadlines ranging from July through November. And a lot of the majority of the funding, the large funding amounts for large projects will take place during that time. And the city already plans to apply for infrastructure funding for major road improvement and utility projects. And we will talk about those in the next slides. Next slide, please. Perfect. This is great. So grant accomplishments for fiscal year 2022 to present. We have submitted 30 grant applications, of which 17 were approved for funding. 5 applications were not awarded, and 6 applications are pending approval. Based on those numbers, our application success rate at the city is at about 71%. We have significantly increased grant seeking efforts in certain departments. I wanted to particularly highlight the Public Art Department, where we successfully submitted 3 applications to first-time funders: the National Endowment for the Arts, the Department of State Division of Arts and Culture, and South Arts Nonprofit Regional Art Organization. We have been awarded all 3 of those grants. We have also built relationships with nonprofit partners where, for example, with the YEAAA, the Foundation for the Boynton Beach Bulldogs, without whom we would not have been eligible to apply for and secure $250,000 from the NFL Local Initiative Support Corporation for the field renovation. So these grants have tremendous impact on our community. Anything from community improvement for public benefit projects, public safety initiatives, traffic safety initiatives, being able to help victims of crime, protection of manatees, and de-escalation training grants for police departments. We've also been able to help with the library operation with state aid to library grant, and also to maintain operational needs and facilitate technology training for entrepreneurs. We've been able to increase funding for public art programming and obtain utilities funding to create watershed management plans and improve employee safety. So the grants team continue to deploy effort to secure funding for the projects which have not been awarded. We mentioned 5 projects were not awarded in our grant seeking efforts. So $75,000 from the NERPA campaign were not awarded for the Pioneer Canal Park. We did not get that marketing grant. However, we do plan to apply for the Florida Boating Improvement Program to get those ramps renovated. Penns Park was not awarded from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, but we do plan to reapply the next funding cycle. We also did not receive the grant from FEMA for a fire rescue vessel. Unfortunately, FEMA has set priorities ranging from high priority, medium to low, and the fire vessel belonged to the medium category, and they funded the majority of their high priority funding.
1 second, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, that might be you, or could you mute yourself temporarily? No? All right, whatever happened, it just went away, so it worked out. All right, go ahead. Please continue.
Thank you. We also applied for a first responders grant from the Gary Sinise Foundation in order to provide emergency medical service equipment. And though the grant was not approved, we did submit an application earlier this year for FEMA's Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program in the amount of $389,000 in order to purchase automatic chest compression systems, AEDs, and power lift cots. We also submitted local support requests for to the Florida House to purchase new radios for the police and fire rescue departments. And while we're waiting on a decision, we're also seeking other sources of funding. We're looking at the Marathon Foundation. We're looking at other appropriations as well in order to get those projects funded. So some highlights. Next slide, please, of grant activities with the previously awarded projects. First, we have community improvement. And in the last year, the city completed the rehabilitation of 4 homes for low and moderate income homeowners who were unable to make much needed repairs on their own. Through sub-grantee relationships with the Boynton Beach Faith-Based CDC and Alzheimer's Community Care, 1,020 low to moderate income individuals receive public services through CDBG funds. Next slide, please. For the fire rescue department, we received funding from Palm Beach County Emergency Services to reimburse the purchase of 18 stat packs designed to reduce response time and provide critical care transport. And from the Florida Inland Navigation District Waterways, we were awarded funds in order to complete the design of a private dock and boat lifts in order to bolster boating safety efforts. And this project is for both the police department and fire department to have a a location central for maritime emergencies that is also very close to the Boynton Inlet, which is very dangerous. So we've already applied for the construction phase of that dock and boat lifts as well. With Public Works, the city completed the renovation of boat ramps at Harvey Oyer Park with funding that we received from the Waterways Assistance Program. And the funds awarded were $600,000 and the city completed the project for $1.3 million. Thank you. And in utilities, the city successfully completed the planning phase of the Lakeside Gardens Drainage Improvement Project. And we've already received an award from HMGP for the construction phase, and we're now working on that phase of the project. And so we have future applications, those pending applications for capital improvement projects. We're currently in the works for the Florida Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Road for All in order to complete the Southeast First Street corridor, and that is to build a shared use path and add sidewalk. We're also working with the City of Delray to complete the 36th Street project, Southeast 36th Street, and we're going to be applying under the Protect grant, also from the Florida Department of Transportation. Chapel Hill drainage improvement with hazard mitigation funds. I'm also part of the Neighborhood Access and Equity Infrastructure Hub in order to bolster application and receive any technical assistance and strengthen our chance of getting approved for Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods grant and any equity grants that are coming from the Florida Highway, from the Federal Highway Administration. Also land and water conservation funding to complete phase 2 of Hester Center. That would be a $1.5 million grant. And waterways assistance program for the construction phase of the dock and lifts, Florida boating improvement in order to renovate the ramp at Pioneer Canal Park. We're also completing planning and permitting and comprehensive action plans for additional resiliency utilities project, as well as projects to just bring wealth and tourism to the Boynton Beach community, and for us to also tap into any state revolving fund programs. We also have local initiatives and transportation alternative plans for complete street projects. And all the projects are typically identified in our capital improvement plan or in our complete streets mobility plan and any sustainability or vulnerability assessment that we've conducted in the city. So in previous years, we strive to align or create a project to fit an existing or an available grant, which unfortunately often led to not being awarded the grant or having to add new projects to an existing plan and having to also reallocate funding and staff resources in order to complete the project. So our grants team has now shifted our strategy in order to better meet the needs of the community. And so what we do is now we identify projects at their different stages, whether it's planning, engineering, or construction. We prioritize those projects and then find the grant that aligns the closest to those needs. And we have found that so far it has been we have been more successful in our attempts to secure funding with using that strategy than just going by what grants are available to us. And so in the next slide, I just attached the grant application process flow chart I created in order to help project managers and departments navigate the grant application process in order to ensure construction projects, for example, are shovel ready, that they're feasible, and that they have gone through the proper approval channels. I also attached for your review the application tracking sheets where where I note any application funding that we've submitted and the application status for those different projects, as well as all the awards and activities for fiscal year 22, 23 up to the present, and any grant requests that we currently have. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm here happy to answer your questions.
Ms. Lacroix, thank you for your presentation, which I would call a tour de force. May I ask how many people are you working with?
in order to, with my grants team,
Yes.
I work with pretty much every single department in the city. And so I work with over 7 departments. Our fire chief is very involved in our application process. I work with the police department, public works, recreation and parks, all across the board. And we meet typically quarterly to discuss project status and any new grant funding or projects that they want to apply for.
Thank you. And thank you for your hard work. Let me turn now to my colleagues. Let's begin on my right, Commissioner Cruz. Questions, comments on the grants update?
Thank you so much for the update. I saw one of the grants was hazard mitigation funds. Is there an opportunity to maybe apply to that this coming year?
Yes, we actually, I worked with project managers of our utilities to apply for hazard mitigation funds for Lake Boynton Estate, Chapel Hill, drainage improvements. And we're having discussions now about tapping into state revolving loan funding programs, because most of the funding for drinking water, wastewater, stormwater are passed through those specific programs to the Infrastructure Act. And so that we're having conversation about how to strategically apply for those funds and take advantage of those monies.
So much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's go to Commissioner Hay.
Yes, do you write all of the grants?
I do not write all of the grants. I write a
Good portion.
good portion. I did write the grant for the NFL Foundation, so it was one of my first grant narratives. So I was very happy to see that we were awarded.
Talk a little bit more about the neighborhood access and equity grant for Heart of Boynton. Just give me a little more background on that one.
Absolutely. So I'm on my second week of the local infrastructure hub for the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program, but there is a very strong emphasis at the federal level for equitable projects that are able to bridge the gap for the many years of disinvestment that specifically target marginalized communities. And so we are working, I work very closely with engineering, public works, and utilities to look at and assess traffic data, traffic crashes, compare that information to particularly the Heart of Boynton neighborhood, and looking at the road conditions in comparison to the other roads in the city of Boynton Beach to really justify the need for those equitable funds to come to the city. And so it is a process. We're gathering the information. The planning department has also been very helpful with all of the data that I've been able to get from them from the Complete Streets and Mobility Plan. And that is really informing our grant approach for those funds.
You're working in conjunction with Gary Dunmire?
Yes, I am.
Good job. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kelly.
No, I didn't really have any questions, but thank you. I was very exciting to see what our percentage rate is for successful grants. And since you've kind of changed how you're looking at grant applications, I'm excited to see how that affects our success rate. And so just kudos to you and your team. You're doing a great job. I saw, and we just did our Parks Master Plan, and they're estimating, that we're going to seek many more grants in the rec and parks department. And I just, how are you addressing that with what they expect or would like to see us applying for our recs and parks department? And how does that correlate with what you're doing?
Absolutely. So I will say we have a very open line of communication across the different teams and departments. I could not do this work without our grants team. And so I work very closely with Casey on any new projects, and we talk about anything that's going on in the CIP. I also attend the monthly CIP meetings to see what is coming down for in the future fiscal year so that I can already align funding. And I am finalizing a grant forecasting spreadsheet with the different departments, different funding streams, and typically and the grant cycle that they usually recur at. And so with all of the efforts that our team is doing and being able to already know some of the grants that generally come around every year, and of course fostering relationships with the funders, we've been able to really create a good system. And of course anything that you're doing that is new is going to take time, but I really feel like we're headed in the right direction.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Turkin. We can't hear you. You may be muted. We still can't hear you. Is it our end or his end?
Commissioner Turkin, you're still muted. Please click the microphone next to your name. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Tess, thank you so much for this presentation. Very thorough. I'm happy to see the 71% success rate. My only question is, do you need help? Do you need help in your department? Do you need more resources as far as maybe like additional personnel? Because you're doing such a good job, and I just want to make sure that you feel that you can continue to do a good job. So I don't know if it would be helpful to add some personnel to your staff.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Short answer, yes. As we are tapping into more infrastructure funding and we're more bold in our ask for funds, the projects are becoming larger. One, to manage, and two, when we're applying, it's a process. We are lucky that some of the grant cycles are open for about 3 months, 4 months, which allow us to have a thorough planning and really draft a solid benefit cost analysis or feasibility studies. However, as more funding becomes available, we're going to need more hands and more resources to tap into those. So yes, more help is always welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being very straightforward with that. So I think this is something that we should all consider, especially with budget coming up. And so I'll leave that comment where it lies, but I definitely would be in favor of getting you help so that way we could continue to get these grants and these awards. And ultimately it pays for itself, right? Because of how successful your track record is. So I'll leave my comments with that, and thank you again for all your hard work. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lacroix. That concludes this item. We're going to move on now to public audience. As always, 3 minutes per person. After all those in the chambers have spoken, we'll go to those online. Let me also just say that if you are here to speak on the item pertaining to car washes and indoor training facilities, there will be public comments separately on that item. So these are non-agenda items. So I see 2 people. Please state your name for the record, and I'll begin the timer when you're ready. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Luisana Castillo. I am representing the Boynton and Boca Chamber. I am just here to invite the commission to an appreciation luncheon. I sent an email earlier, so I just wanted to make sure you guys got that for more details, and I hope you guys can make it. That's all for me.
All right, thank you. All right, next person.
Good evening, Suzanne Ross with the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. With summer in full swing, I thought I'd give you a brief update regarding the museum. Summer is typically our busiest time of year, and this year is no exception. Given our demographic of young children, mornings are typically our busiest time of the day, and so far, we've reached capacity on several occasions. We have an exciting lineup of summer programs, including Environmental Partners, Summer Science, Construction Zone, Kids Music Circle, Tots in Tutus, Fabulous Fun Fridays, and the always popular Super Sensory Messy Play, and more. One of the things we are very proud of that is that our little museum is not just a place for children to learn through play. It's also a destination. We thought you might be interested to know that so far since October through June 10th, the museum has had visitors from 65 Florida cities, 35 states, excluding Florida, as well as the District of Columbia, and 6 countries. Lastly, I'd like to announce that the museum's 2023 Schoolhouse Bash will be held September 22nd at the Arts and Cultural Center. This year's theme is Back to School Bash. And the event is shaping up to be another evening of fun and fundraising to benefit the museum's education and outreach programs. We hope you save the date and join us. As always, we invite you to play with us at the Schoolhouse Children's Museum, where learning is an adventure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gilbert Spiegelman. I'm the HOA president to Estates of Heritage Club in Boynton, which is right on that project for 36th Street, which we're grateful for. I'm here asking for everyone's assistance because although I've only been the HOA president for a month, not by choice, the previous board decided to enforce something that hasn't been enforced since the community was built, which is parking. And parking has been a nightmare, and the city has been inundated with emails from a handful of individuals from our community from the previous board because they decided to enforce that you can't park in the street. We've had documents that kind of contradict that, but it was never recorded with the county. Anyway, so they went back to the original board documents to try to enforce this. They did this pretty much in a week. In a week, as soon as they enforced it, they booted 22 cars in one evening. So talking about emergency vehicles not being able to get in, how can you even move a vehicle if it's booted? So since then, we overthrew the board. We took over. Again, I didn't want it, but they continuously inundated the city with emails. The city has been more than happy to work with us. I've met with Amanda Radigan, the fire chief. We've even talked with Gary regarding that 36th Street project and this Boynton PD. It was determined after all the ticketing that was happening in our neighborhood, Boynton PD really couldn't be in there because it is private property. Not that we don't want to enforce parking, but to enforce something that hasn't been enforced for 10 years within a week, that destroys anybody's hope to live there. So people have been looking either to move or something else. The way the code was built and guest parking was calculated, my driveway could be considered guest parking. And I don't consider that fair. There's one handicap, we have 6 guest spots, one is handicapped and it's by the pool. That means if somebody's handicapped, they want to come to my house to visit, they have to go all the way to the pool at the entrance of the community to get to my house. And I live at the opposite end of the neighborhood. So what we're trying to do is come to make everybody happy. Our main issue are the townhomes. Townhomes have a single car driveway with a 1-car garage. Most vehicles can't fit in their garage because the garage is too small. You can't even put a small truck in there. So we're just asking for some help from the city to see what we could figure out, even if it's putting public parking right there on that 36th Street project. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I heard you correctly, your contact information is already with staff. We'll do a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Please approach the podium. State your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. I actually remembered my glasses this time. Melee, could I impose on you to, there's one plenty for everybody. I have expressed my opinion from the start that there has not been sufficient due diligence done pertaining to the indoor training facility at our East Boynton Little League field. While this might be a good idea elsewhere, it is not a good fit at East Boynton Little League and would ruin an important and treasured historic public park. I believe Phil Toronto has misled this commission on the size, function, and activity level at East Boynton Little League. In the City Commission approved minutes of November 1st, 22, page 18, Mr. Toronto stated West Boynton schedules their fields around 18 teams, not 8, like East Boynton. East Boynton, in fact, has 32 teams and cannot afford to sacrifice Field 4 to accommodate Mr. Toronto's project. If East Boynton Little League Board had been involved from the start, as the city promised, I believe this project would never have gotten this far. On June 6th, at the commission meeting, I heard commissioners discuss and raise very valid questions about the agreement for the proposal for the golf course restaurant. Is this a good deal? Was the process followed? Is there enough of a public benefit? Why a 5-year contract lease? Why not 1 year and see how it goes? We're giving it away. We need to put it back out there. I'm open to renegotiating. I wish Mr. Toronto's 50-year lease agreement with the city had been similarly subjected to such important scrutiny. Additionally, because of my activism in trying to point out the deficiencies in the city's agreement with Mr. Toronto for the indoor training facility project at the Little League field, Mr. Toronto took the time on Tuesday, June 13th, to phone my son to tell him to warn me to quit asking questions and back off, or my name will be added to Mr. Toronto's list of people he plans to sue. I can't be the only person Mr. Toronto has possibly done this to. There are others at the Little League field who have also spoken out against this disruptive project that's being forced onto East Boynton Little League. I have the right to speak out about the deficiencies I see in the city's agreement with Mr. Toronto. Furthermore, I believe Mr. Toronto's misleading information, I'm sorry, can I finish?
Just finish the last sentence, please.
Sure.
We do have your comments.
His misleading information and behavior should raise some serious questions. I once again urge this commission to step back, follow its own established procedures, ask those important questions, and do its due diligence in order to making another costly mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person in the audience. If you would like to speak on non-agenda items, now would be the time to make it known. Seeing no one else, we're going to go to those online. Mani, how many people do we have with their digital hands raised?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
With that, public audience is now closed. Thank you. We're going to move on to consent agenda. Are there any items under consent that my colleagues would like to pull for discussion? I see it. That was a no on my right.
No.
All right, nothing. Vice Mayor, was there anything from you? All right, seeing no items being pulled, may I have a motion to approve?
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Hayes, second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor of approving the entire consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. There is one item under consent, bids and purchases over 100K. May I have that motion? And is there anything, would anyone like to discuss that? If not, we'll do the motion.
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Hay made the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And Commissioner Cruz has made the second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. We are now entering public hearing. This is proposed ordinance. Did I skip anything? Was that it? All right. Proposed ordinance number 23-011. It's a second reading, amendments to the land development regulations for car washes and indoor training facilities. I'm going to turn now to council.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, I'll go ahead and read the title. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, Chapter 1, Article 2, definitions, Chapter 3, Article 4, Section 3, use regulations, and Chapter 4, Article 5, minimum off-street parking requirements, providing for complex severability, codification, and an effective date. And this is a public hearing.
All right. Thank you, council. Please begin.
Thank you.
Was that on?
Test.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Meyer, Senior Planner, and I'm presenting code amendments for the car wash and indoor athletic instruction / training facility uses. Next slide. Oh, you got it. This code amendment includes changes to car wash uses, including modifications to definitions, use standards, and parking requirements for detail areas. It also includes the expansion of indoor athletic instruction / training facilities to the rec zoning district as an accessory use. Next slide. First, the definitions of auto / car wash, polishing, waxing, detailing, and auto / car wash self-serve bay uses were clarified to reduce ambiguous language. The auto / car wash, polishing, waxing, detailing use was updated to include use subtypes, including full service and fully automatic types. This was done to reflect changing trends in the car wash industry and to help clarify the unclear language currently present in the code, which distinguishes the two subtypes. Second, the use standards for both polishing, waxing, and detailing and self-serve bay car wash uses were updated to require all business activities to occur under a fully or semi-enclosed building or underneath a insulated roof structure. The code was amended based on feedback received during the first hearing with this body to require all businesses activities, including space for a customer to polish or vacuum their own vehicle, to be under a permanent impermeable roof instead of an insulated roof structure as priorly shown. The currently existing use standards were also clarified and made less ambiguous. The city experienced a lot of confusion from the public regarding these use standards, so they were made to read better. Finally, the number of required parking spaces for detailing, washing, and waxing areas was reduced from 1 space per 75 square feet of detailing area to 1 space per 200 square feet of detailing area. Next slide. Just to go over again, it's important to identify what is not changing as part of this code amendment. The car wash uses are not being expanded to any new zoning districts, nor are they being removed from any existing zoning districts where they are currently allowed. And all car wash uses will remain as conditional uses and will continue to be subject to the conditional use process, which requires hearings at the Planning and Development Board and City Commission. Next slide. So as stated earlier, all other business activities must be located under a fully or semi-enclosed building or underneath a permanent impermeable roof that provides shade and protection from the elements. That's pulled directly from the amendments. Just to kind of give a few examples of what that looks like. On the left, you'll see those examples which would not meet this requirement, but on the right are some examples which would meet the proposed requirement, just to kind of give you a visual as to what that would actually mean. Next slide, thank you. Also, as discussed, the parking requirements are proposed to be 1 parking space per 200 square feet of detail area. So if we assume a hypothetical detail area bay to be approximately 240 square feet, about 12 feet by 20 feet, the proposed code amendments would equate to about 1.2 parking spaces for the hypothetical detail area. Some alternatives to the 1 per 200 parking requirement could be 1 parking space per 250 or 300 square feet, which would equate to just under 1 parking space per hypothetical detail area, or 4/5 of a parking space per hypothetical detail area, respectively. Just want to clarify that an increase of the square footage in that 1 parking space per square footage ratio would mean a lessening of a minimum of requirement of parking spaces, just to clarify. Next slide. The other part of the proposed amendments include expanding indoor athletic instruction / training facilities as an accessory use to the recreation zoning district. The use will be subject to footnote 21, which only allows this use to be established on city-owned and operated park facilities. Properties that are zoned rec that are not city-owned and operated park facilities will not be eligible to establish this use. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's the one. Currently, code permits other accessory uses within the rec zoning district, including arts and crafts, music, brew pubs, novelty stores, restaurants, studios, and more. Next slide. All right, that concludes my presentation. City staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Let's turn now to my colleagues. Let's begin on my left this time, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. As it pertains, we were bouncing around a bunch of topics at the last meeting, and one of the things that we had spoken about was there was a question about covering or requiring coverage on self-manned vacuum stations, and I thought when I talked to staff at my agenda review that that was not included in the change, but then I just heard you mention it. So I wanted to just get some clarity on that, because my concern is, if we're, these car washes, these fully detailed car washes that we're talking about, people are not normally stopping and vacuuming out their cars. And so I worry that if we're making this global requirement, but then we're not requiring it. We shouldn't require it in this instance if we're not going to talk about it in other instances that are not applicable in this ordinance with regard to gas station car washes and those vacuum stations where people would linger a lot longer because they are not going to a full service car wash. The majority of people who are going to full service car washes are not going to forego the bays or somebody doing it for them to then park and vacuum for lengths of time. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that, because I thought that we were requiring the cover on the detail stations where there would be employees that would be working for 8 to 10 hour days, and those would require coverage. But I just want clarity as far as the difference between those two.
Yeah, so based on feedback that we received at the last meeting, the code was modified, which was included also for your review. Let me gather my thoughts. Originally the code proposed amendment proposed place only requiring the covered canopy or the roof structure at this point over the detail areas operated by staff. However, based on the feedback, we did hear some feedback that we were given direction that it should also cover those spaces that are occupied by customers that perhaps would be vacuuming their vehicles as well. So the code was amended between these two readings to accompany or account for those types of uses as well. So like the customer vacuuming spaces would also be subject to the roof requirement of this proposed amendment.
Right. So my concern with that, though, is that it's not universal, and it applies to, we're applying it to as a requirement at a potential car wash that likely they're not going to want or have people lingering at their vacuum station. So we don't want to provide them shade and fans, and because that's the point of this, is that they're full service car washes, and that that's my concern with that, is that we're opening a can of worms. We're not making it across the board required at all of these vacuum stations, even the self-sufficient ones or the ones at gas stations. We're requiring it at a place where it's unlikely that most people are going to stay for long periods of time to vacuum their own vehicle.
I would like to add that we also amended the code based on that as well. Originally, that requirement was for all of those full service type car washes. We did move the requirement so that it's only for those that provide the full service as far as the detailing, like the standalone car washes. The fully automated subtype, which is only allowed accessory to a gas station, that requirement would not apply to those uses.
Right. So, but that's my point, is that we're now nitpicking into areas where we want it to work or we want it to apply, and then we're not doing it to others. And so where you're going to have people more likely sitting out in the sun vacuuming their vehicles, as opposed to at a full service car wash where they don't want people to sit there and linger and vacuum their own vehicles. That's the point of having a full service car wash, is that you drive in and they do it and then you go. So I personally don't want that requirement. I don't, in this instance, because this is the point of a full service car wash, is that there's somebody doing the work for you. And so if we're requiring them to have coverage, expensive coverage over vacuum stations that likely won't get used, or if they do, it's going to be a nuisance to the business owner, then, I'm hesitant to agree to that, because I feel like it will end up being a nuisance to them to have these covered vacuum stations at a full service car wash. So that's my concern with that. And then also, as far as the spacing goes, I liked that you gave some alternatives, because I know we talked a lot about, we're basing that requirement, that space requirement on, on the area of the parking space. And obviously in a detail bay, it's larger because they have to allow for room for the equipment and the dryers and everything, and the trays and everything that they're using to work on the vehicles. They're not using the space as a space. So I would like to, I would support, and it's obviously up to my colleagues to, change that to the 250 or the 300, because, the actual space that they're using, that the car is in, is, significantly less than what the bay has to be, because they need a workaround space. So those are my thoughts on that. That's where I stand.
Commissioner, what's your recommendation? You're proposing it be modified to which number?
To either, I'm comfortable with 250 or 300. They gave us two options. I'm comfortable with either one.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Let's turn now to Commissioner Hay.
I got my questions answered at the first reading, so I'm good.
Okay, let's turn to Commissioner Cruz.
Yep, so looking at the ordinance and reading about it and, looking into it, talking to staff as well, we definitely do need space for carts, for supplies, and for vacuum systems. So I would be in support of 250, but no more than that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Vice Mayor.
I concur with my colleagues. I don't have any additional comments from first reading.
All right, I will support, now that Commissioner Cruz has put a ceiling on the number, it sounds like we'll stick with 250. I'll be the third person to support that. Okay, so is there any further questions for Andrew? All right, seeing none, can we turn this now to public comment? All right, again, public comment, 3 minutes per person, specifically on this item. And let me switch this over. All right, begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Reedy. I did have some questions about if you're going to allow indoor training facilities. Have you given thought as to what allowable functions you're going to allow in such places? I mean, just for example, Mr. Barwas's website says that they do mental health, mentoring, counseling, nutritionist, chiropractor, intravenous immunotherapy, physical therapy, neuromuscular, and also I think I read somewhere that Mr. Toronto would like to do a retail store. So if they're going to be doing all these things with children around, I'd like to have some kind of assurance that it's going to be licensed professionals that are doing these things. So I don't know if you've thought that far ahead, but that's something that I thought about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this item? Now is the time to approach the podium. Seeing no one else approaching the podium, we're going to go to those online. Monty, digital hands, how many do we have?
Mr. Mayor, we have no hands raised.
All right, with that, public comments on this item is now closed. I will turn to my colleagues for any final comments or questions. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion in a second. Is there any comments, questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly?
Well, Mayor, I just wanted, the vacuum, I want to make sure, I wanted to see where everyone stands on that, because to me, we're talking about a full service car wash and, requiring, coverage over stations that likely won't get used. I have concerns with that, but I don't know what everyone else is. We didn't.
So thank you. I apologize for forgetting about that. So regarding the square footage that we discussed earlier, I think there was agreement there. Coverage for parking, this is for vacuum spaces.
This is for the self-service vacuums that are out
Okay.
just for like somebody to pull up and vacuum out their car for a minute or two instead of getting a full service car wash.
And your suggestion is?
That we don't require coverage or a permanent structure. Maybe we can ask for trees or shade or something, but something that would require encouraging people to linger and stay for long periods of time, that I think defeats the purpose of a full service car wash. You're going there to have your car fully serviced, not to have part of it done and then you do it yourself with a couple quarters or whatever.
Right. So what I'm hearing is, these spaces, it's a quick vacuum. It's not a long process. Okay, so I don't want to jump ahead, but because I see staff they look like they're ready to speak. Go ahead if you want to chime in so that we can move this going.
Sure, thank you. I would just like to clarify that the full service use does cover two typologies. Full service, meaning staff is doing both the washing and all the detailing. And the typology that we're seeing more and more often, which is a tunnel with only self-service detailing. So the way the requirement is written is to require it over that in both those scenarios. So for staff and for people who are coming through the types that are, you go through a tunnel, you park, and then you do the detailing yourself. So in the situations that they are not offered by staff, it's also included. We removed it from the full service in terms of like accessory to a gas station. So where they have the tunnel and they could have like the quarters where you put into, where it's not included in the service of the gas station, of the car wash, it is not included in that instance. The other typologies would require a roof as it's drafted today. I just wanted to make sure everyone.
So just, I guess let's look at the picture. So we're talking about Zip Car Wash on Congress Avenue is one that it's unmanned. There's not a person there. You swipe your card. I think the city uses it. Swipe your card. The car goes through. You can either stop and vacuum, or you go about your day and you've just done your outside car wash. There's not an employee there. There's nobody there.
Yes, that in this code would require to have, so we removed it from insulated roof to permanent roof structure. So it could be any type of structure that is permanent and weather protectant.
Okay, so in that instance, I'm comfortable with that because that's a car wash. There's no manned people. They're doing the work. That's fine. A car wash like Motor City, where it's manned by people, what is the requirement or what are you proposing now as far as if they have vacuum stations, which I don't even know that they do.
They don't, right? So that's why we're kind of separating the two typologies. If you're a full service and staff is doing the detailing for you, it has to be covered. If it is partial, we'll call it just for clarification purposes. If it's partial, you go through a tunnel and you do it yourself, that has to be roofed too.
But there are some instances, or there may be some instances where you have a car wash that is manned by people,
And it would have both, offer both options. The way the
Correct.
code is drafted, we would require it in both areas. If they fall under this category, full service, the way it's defined, they would need to cover both the customer detailing area and the staff detailing area. The only type of area that is not requiring a cover is instances where it's accessory to a gas station.
Do we have right now, do you know, Amanda, do we have any full service gas stations or not gas stations, car washes that have self vacuum stations outside of the fully detailed stations? I just I don't want to create this and, then we have other car washes that are obviously grandfathered in that aren't required to put expensive covers over vacuum stations that likely won't get used very often at a full service car wash.
I personally cannot think of any, and I asked our kind of residence planner here if he could think of any too. I can't think of any that offer both. It's usually either or. The instance that we wanted to make sure we weren't requiring the costly covers was for gas stations because they do usually have 1 or 2 vacuums available. So that's the only instance that we kind of exempt from that requirement right now.
Okay. Okay, I'm comfortable. I'm okay with how it's worded now that it's been explained. So,
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Hay. Did you have any further questions, comments? You're good. Commissioner Cruz.
Motion to approve with the change with the 250 for a parking space. Do I have to read the whole ordinance or the whole?
No.
Okay, so motion to approve.
Is there a second at this time?
Second.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Cruz. I heard a second from Commissioner Kelly. Is there any further discussion from my colleagues?
And just for clarification, this
Yes.
is to change from the 1 per 200 to 1 per 250.
Yes, the options that you show. City Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you, Andrew, Amanda. This concludes this item. We're now moving on to new business, future cemetery plots in Boynton Beach. Who should we turn to? Andrew Mack, do you want to open this item? Oh, Commissioner Hay, would you like to open this item? I believe this was your request.
Yes, it is. It's a major problem that facing the city. And I just like to have some quick responses if possible. What options do we have?
Thank you. Andrew Mack, Deputy City Manager. I did put together a brief presentation kind of outlining what our current status is, which I think pretty much everyone knows at this point. And then some options for discussion from the board or from the council commission. Next slide, Manny. So current status, October of 2020, the city ran out of full casket plots at our Boynton Beach Memorial Park and Mausoleum Center. Currently, we do have some cremain plots and infant plots there, as well as 1 crypt in the mausoleum for sale. And then in October of 2022, the city sold out of full casket plots at Sarah Sims Memorial Gardens Cemetery as well. Next slide. This is just a quick aerial shot of the Boynton Beach Memorial Park Cemetery, just to orientate yourself as well. Next slide. This is a aerial photo of the Sarah Sims Cemetery and the surrounding area. Just to point out, there's a lot of vacant land around the cemetery that's not developed. That is the potentially place that we could expand the cemetery. Next slide. This is an aerial photo of the existing historic Barton Memorial Park Cemetery. Next slide. So options. First, the Boynton Beach Memorial Park and Mausoleum. There really is no options at this time for expansion. The only potential location would be to acquire additional land or redevelop the East Point Little League Park. Sarah Sims Memorial Gardens, that we did provide two options, which I'll go over in the next slides. We looked at a couple other options, but these were the two that that stood out that we would think to bring forward. Barton Memorial Park Cemetery, we did look at, after discussion, we did look at the potential. There is a potential for expanding that within the existing park, as well as one other option that potentially could be near Galaxy Park as well for expansion. Next slide. So this is the proposed layout for option one at Sarah Sims Park. As you can see, this kind of orientates yourself to the top of the screen is MLK, and in the middle you have Seacrest. This is right at the southwest corner of Seacrest and MLK. The current cemetery resides at this location. What you're looking at would be an expansion on the city property, as well as potentially either a voluntary purchase or eminent domain, potentially at this location to expand the cemetery and or the mausoleum. Next slide. Option two is a larger scale expansion. This would include acquiring additional land. This would include the church, and then there are two single family residents as well. It just depends on the need and how many actual plots we could actually achieve through the acquisition process. Those are the two expansion options at Sarah Sims. Next slide. So I just wanted to orientate yourself. To the right, you have Boynton Memorial Park Cemetery. And what you see here is the existing Boynton Park and the vegetative scrub area that's south of the park. This is another location that this park is not used heavily. If the commission did decide that this was a better use for cemetery, this is something that we could look at doing a little bit more detailed information and bring it back. Next slide. And then the last option is adjacent to our Galaxy Park. You have the upland portion of the Galaxy Scrub, and the other side, this is about 5.6 acres. This was another location that we looked at that potentially could be redeveloped into a cemetery as well. Didn't have the degree of sketching on as if we did Sarah Sims. Sorry for that. These two options came up later in our discussions. So, but I did want to provide aerial photos and at least give the commission an opportunity to discuss either expanding the cemetery. At this point, we don't have any more plots for sale. So we're looking at either continuing the services that we provide now to the existing residents, and then we'd be looking to the long-term maintenance and how we would shut down the cemeteries. So at this point, I would open up to the board to kind of give us some direction. Is this something that they would like for us to further look into, expanding, or have another discussion of when do we stop providing burial services to the community?
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Let's turn back to Commissioner Hay. I know this was your item.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. The way I see it right now, and we can do some further studying on this, is that I really do like the Galaxy Park as my first choice, being that it's a good size, it's not impacting anybody. I do want to stay away from eminent domain, especially of the church, as well as those two homes. I don't want to have to go there. I feel that the expansion of Barton Park would give us a certain finite number, but anything we can get now would be to our advantage. So I do not like the option where we extend Sarah Sims, where we have I've already gotten pushback on it too, the funeral plots in front of the St. John Church. The other option is a better one. as far as I'm concerned. It would not be as many plots, but it would not impact the church nor the residents there. So the way I see it at this point would be to go with the Galaxy Park as my first priority with the expansion of both Barton and what's the other one? Sarah Sims. But Sarah Sims not impacting the church with eminent domain. So that would be my position at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's turn now to Vice Mayor for your questions and comments.
No, I don't have anything right now. I definitely can understand your perception on Galaxy Park, Commissioner Hay, but I just want to look forward to continuing conversation with staff on this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's turn to Commissioner Cruz.
Excuse me that I had to go to the restroom and I kind of missed a little bit of it. Is this something that we own?
Correct. So the land adjacent to Galaxy Park, the city does currently own that property, as well as the park property and the natural area to the south of it. At Sarah Sims, we do own property on the north side, on the MLK side. South of that, we do have some property on Seacrest that we own. Go to the aerial photo, Manny, for Sarah Sims. Right there. As you can see, the church and the Easy Mart area is the property we do not own, and there's one plot on MLK adjacent to the cemetery that we don't own. So we could do some expansion at Sarah Sims on the current city-owned property, but it would be pretty limited.
I do think it's of utmost importance to expand our cemetery. We have a lot of seniors and, we're all going to get there one day, right? It's good to be proactive and to think ahead for the future. But absolutely, it is necessary for us. And thank you, Commissioner Hay, for bringing this up. The fact that it is city property is a positive, that we don't have to purchase it. I would also like to continue to have conversations with staff to see more recommendations. And I have more things to ask, but I'd rather just, have those conversations with staff and then come back and discuss more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's turn to Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Hay. I think this is something that, we've needed to talk about. My position is slightly different, although I am very sensitive to our residents, and I think that the future of cemeteries, is, ever changing. And so I look at, does the city want to be in, continue to be in the cemetery business, and continue to grow it. I look at, my recent family members who have all passed. They've all been cremated. They've gone to the sea. They've gone to special places. They've gone to other, states. And one of them wasn't even buried here at the family plot that they had. So my concerns are, although I am sensitive, I want to also be mindful of the true need to continue to grow cemeteries. I don't want to continue to build and, set aside land and then have it not be used. And I can have further conversations with staff but that's kind of my position, is that, I want to make sure that we're doing this in that we're being smart about it. And if we truly do have a true need, I know that there's been conversations about it, but will these get used if we go through the effort to build it, and to, will there be a future need to continue to have it? And does the city want to continue to be in this business? Those are my comments at this time, and I will continue to talk to staff about the true need in the community. And if there, we have a lot of people who have moved, from out of state, and would they be buried in Boynton Beach? Would they be here? Or would they go, be in other places? So, those are kind of my comments on this subject.
Thank you, Commissioner. As for myself, I share many of your sentiments across the board. And I think several questions need to be asked. The first one is, and this is not to take away from selecting a location, all right, just to be clear with everybody. But we need to ask, why are we in the business of cemeteries? I'm generally just ignorant of that fact. Why are we in that business? How many cities are in this business? What are the pros and cons? I'm very curious about that. So I would love to explore that and continue that conversation with staff. As it pertains to the options provided, I share similar thoughts with Commissioner Hay. And Commissioner Hay, thank you for bringing this up. I think a good compromise might be the Barton area, only because I know that there's already a cemetery there, and part of me thinks it makes sense to gradually expand outwards. And then if we need to continue, we can continue. It just made sense to me, why have that little area and then leave it alone? Let's connect it. I would also say, let's explore what are the requirements of a cemetery plot. Is this really, for traffic when there's a procession of 50 cars or X number of cars? What do people look for, people who organize these things? Because we want to make sure, for example, I know a grocery store would require certain egress and ingress, right? And certain size roads and things like that. What is it that they would require? And I'm not in that business, so I'm not going to pretend to know. But those are the things that I'm curious about. But for now, if we're going to proceed forward, I would recommend Barton Park to continue that and expand gradually as needed. So those are my thoughts. I'll turn it back to Commissioner Hay. Any feedback?
I hear what each of you are saying, and I certainly would like to explore all options, because I think eventually we are going to need to take a close look at every avenue available to us. I hear what Commissioner Kelly is saying, and I certainly concur with that. There are methods that I don't like to use the word outsource, is not a good word, but that concept of not having to be in that business is it's something that we may have to look at. Whether or not we go there, I don't know, but I do know that expanding Barton is a temporary fix because it's so small in terms of size. So it would put a bandage on it for a while. I do feel the Galaxy route would really give us some breathing room. But I would like for staff to take a look at the other cities, what they're doing, because I'm sure we're not the only one with this problem that we're facing. And maybe there's some ideas and what do you call it? The best methods out there. What are they doing with trying to resolve this issue in their city? So from that perspective, I would say let's not take anything off the board right now, except for the fact of my position is eminent domain. That doesn't sit well with me.
I agree, Commissioner.
I don't like that, especially when you're dealing with a church. So let's explore all of these, as well as take a look at the point that Commissioner Kelly just brought up about what is the good word other than outsource, but looking at that type of technique of dealing with our deceased, as well as just asking around and seeing what other cities are doing to address it. So, I mean, we're not in a dire need, and yet we are, because the phone calls that I'm getting is the cost of just north on Seacrest is just off the chain in terms of the amount of dollars that it takes to be buried in Palm Beach Memorial. It's just, I couldn't afford it. And yet we have like Sarah Sims right now, which is a fraction of the cost of the two. So we need to come up with some type of balance here in our city as to how we're going to address this moving down the road. So that's not something we have to resolve next month. Okay, but certainly we definitely need to look into it.
Do you, does the commission want staff to move forward with Barton Park as being that there's no plots left in the city? Or do you guys want to come back after we confer with staff and kind of look at maybe doing the Galaxy area? Because it seemed like there was consensus for an expansion of Barton Park. I just want to get clarity because maybe we can move forward with just that option. I think you referred to it as a Band-Aid, but
my position would be to go with Barton Park right now.
Okay.
To expand that, to give us some breathing room, and then come back and we talk more about the Galaxy and the impact of that. I don't know what the rest of them feel.
It was my suggestion, so I'm going to support that. Go ahead,
Mayor. One other ask of it would be on as you're looking here north of the cemetery, where we used to have the duplexes that were between MLK and the cemetery. That's actually a natural progression for expansion of the park. That is where
Could you just point or somebody, just so it's clear what you're referring to?
So if you look at the corner there, MLK, where you see the green on the curve there, north of that is the cemetery. So adjacent there, exactly, where you had that red box, that's the only private parcel, but on either side of that, the city does own that. That's where we have the urban orchard. That's kind of coming to a demise from lack of maintenance. So I would ask that if we are going to look at Barton Park, that we also look at potentially expanding to that side and just see how many plots we could actually get. Because honestly, that's going to be the true factor of this effort. We'll get a survey and then look at how many actual plots we could actually get be the outcome of that.
So if it's a Band-Aid, this sounds like an even easier Band-Aid.
Correct.
It's directly
Correct.
adjacent.
Correct.
It's vacant. Go ahead, Commissioner.
What about having a set of mausoleums where it doesn't take as much ground? Is there a possibility of including some?
Yeah, we could definitely look at that at both locations to maximize our return on the investment.
Yeah.
This might be less work.
Right.
It's already there. It's already vacant.
But with both actions, we would need survey. So we'll start with that, looking at survey and do some conceptual drawings, and we'll bring them back with some more detailed information. Obviously, at this point, there's a high level view of this. We'll get you some more information as far as what the cost would be and potential timeframes.
All right. And do we have a green light to explore this area? Possible mausoleum? All right. I've got multiple head nods. All right, thank you. And you'll just bring back that information for us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, one more thing, Commissioner Kelly.
Commissioner, how you brought up a good point earlier about, Palm Beach Memorial Park being so expensive and the city is so cheap. But I would like to know from city staff, when you come back to us, how much is it costing us to maintain the cemetery or the cemeteries? And, are we getting that back in, and that kind of goes along with my point of, do we continue to stay in the cemetery business? Because, it will increase, I'm guessing maintenance of the cemeteries will increase as we go along. And so I would like to hear from staff when you report back to us later, what is that cost differential and what are we paying to maintain cemeteries? How will that change? One of my concerns, Mayor, when you brought up Barton Park was that it's in the back of a neighborhood, and for parking, even when we go to the cemetery, our parking is horrible and you can't get in and out of it. So I think, Andrew, I think you brought this up as far as processionals or whatever. I think being in a neighborhood, if I lived in that neighborhood, I would be hesitant to want big processionals of funerals on the weekends going through my neighborhood.
I can tell you that moving forward, there is going to be a cost of the maintenance that I don't think we're going to be able to recoup, just because of the price discrepancy between the private sector outsourcing and what the city offers. I want to say a private plot was $8,500 and a public plot in the city of Boynton was $325. So there's a large discrepancy.
Now I know why people want this here.
But again,
As part of that now, when we bring this back, we'll definitely do a cost analysis as well. Look at the fees, look at our current fees, do a courtesy view of the others as well. And we'll propose changes all at one time as well, and look at the long-term costs to the city as well. There is a fund balance within the cemetery budget. Again, that was set up that way. The fees that they brought in was to cover the long-term maintenance costs of the cemetery. So there is a fund balance within the cemetery fund.
I hesitate to ask this question, but I'm very tempted to ask it. So I'm just going to do it. And I don't mean to sound crass. I'm just very curious. Is there some sort of residency requirement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Using our spaces. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? All right. Thank you. That concludes that item. We're now moving on to 11B. It's Senate Bill 102 Live Local Act Overview and Impact Analysis Presentation. Is this council or do you want to go? All right, Ms. Radigan, it's yours.
Good evening, Amanda Radigan, Planning and Zoning Director. Manny, if you could please pull up the PowerPoint. So we will be covering, you'll hear from a few staff members today. We will be covering the Live Local Act, also known as Senate Bill 102 and or House Bill 627. This was signed into law by the governor on March 29th, and it will be effective on July 1st. Yes, thank you, Manny, on this slide for a second. The bill largely covers 6 different areas. The first is funding and tax credits. You'll hear from RJ Ramirez to talk a little bit more about that and its impacts. It also covers tax incentives. You'll hear from Mara, the finance director, about how that may impact the city. Land use tools and roles of local government. I will come back to talk to you all about those preemptions. And then publicly owned land, state housing strategy, and technical assistance. You'll hear from the city attorney, Mike Cirillo, on those topics.
RJ Ramirez, I'm Community Improvement Manager. Mayor, Commissioners. So the 102 bill, when it comes to funding, we got different sources of fundings with that. The city only gets the CHIP funds, which is a formula-based fund that we get every year. Well, not every year, sometimes I would say, because in 2020 we didn't get any, and I'm going to get into more detail on that. So the other fund we don't get. The sale fund is just the State Apartment Incentive Loan Program that is a low interest competitive program that is given to multifamily affordable developers. And the hurricane disaster one is the only one given when there is a disaster in the community. The Hometown Heroes program is given to the counties, which Palm counties administer that program. The inflation response program is another competitive loan program, and it's just to it's intended to fill the funding gap experience due to the increase in construction costs, and also given to multifamily housing developers. And the last one, which is the Live Local Tax Donation, is as a corporate tax donation program that gives you business opportunity to contribute directly to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. So if you can move to the next slide, Manny, please. So with the chief funds, the city of Boynton is expected to receive on the 2020-24 $935,576, and the amount has increased. If you move to the next one, Manny, please. So the amount has increased from what we gotten before. If you see there on 2019, we have about $132,000. And all that was expended already with some program income. We spent about $205,000 to provide purchase assistance and also housing rehabilitation to low-income individuals in the community. In 2020, we didn't get any funds. However, we get about $19,113 in program income that also was utilized. In 2021, we get about $536,130. And we have spent so far about $130,143.40. So these grants work in 3-year time periods. So for instance, the 2021 is need to be spent by 2024. In 2022, it's going to be spent by 2026. We got $775,874. And then 2023, as I explained, we're going to get about $935,176. So this grant itself, and I'm just explaining this to you because some of you are perhaps not too familiar about the CHIP program. And so I just want to go into a little more detail about the difference, what is called the set aside and the restriction of this program, which is very important to understand. So this program comes with the strings attached. And one of the strings attached of this program is that 75% of the allocation that we get must be spending in construction. So, and that one is a big one there. Even though the program and the funds can be utilized in different, what they call strategies, 75% of that must be spent in construction. So, and now with the 102 bill, what they encourage is not to give grant to the community, to low-income community, but given as a loan. So I was talking to the director of the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Robert Deardoff, and I was trying to get an amendment done so we can be able to continue to help the seniors with the grant that we have that has been so popular through the Community Development Block Grant, and trying to see if I get them to approve the $30,000 that is coming out of the CDBG funds to utilize CHIP funds for that. And that amendment was declined, was denied by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, unfortunately, because they say that $30,000 is too big and they reduce it to $20,000. But unfortunately, and I'm going a little more detail on this so you can understand where I'm coming from. So that the $30,000 as a grant given to seniors, I'm talking about seniors and elderly disabled individuals, people that are in fixed income, and the Florida Housing Financial Corporation declined the amendment and reduced it to $20,000. And unfortunately, with the increased housing, the construction materials, I can't do anything with $20,000. I mean, the windows itself, it's about $20,000. So anyways, other than that, all the 75% that had to go to construction materials, 60% of that had to go to the low and very low income individuals. So meaning that, for instance, somebody that comes to apply for a purchase assistance for a home. So I got about 62 applications for purchase assistance this year, or the people that have gone through the process and have be approved for purchase assistance. Most of them are moderate income, and I have some low income individuals that come to my desk with $80,000 and $100,000 loans pre-approval, which they are not able to find anything out there. So none of them have come back with anything. So the housing market out there is horrible. These people are competing with cash in bidding wars. And whenever something comes, I mean, the house is already gone. So unfortunately, that one is not working. So when it comes to the housing rehabilitation program, and I once again, I apologize for going into more in-depth into this because this is all related. So the housing rehabilitation program itself, it requires for a second soft mortgage with zero interest, zero monthly payment. It is deferred forgivable. However, about 41% of the homeowners in the city of Boynton Beach are seniors that are 65 years or older. And those seniors, that most of them own their homes. They work so hard for 30 years, how many years the case may be, their house is paid off. And they are terrified to just the word mortgage. They're super terrified for them to put a second mortgage on the house. Doesn't matter how much I explain to them that there is no there is no payment. It's zero interest, and the city is not going to take the home away from you. And you can spend up to $50,000, $85,000, $95,000 in home repairs. It's a requirement for the grant for them to be able to have some sort of loan. So, but that is, it's the challenge. So, moving on, Manny, can you please move to the next slide? So this grant, as I was mentioning, it can be utilized for planning administration, which is about 10%. And then the other two strategies that can be utilized on is the home ownership. When I talk about this 75% construction set aside, 65% of that has to go to home ownership, which means that any of the money spent, 65% of the annual allocation has to go toward not just the 75% that goes to construction, but 65% has to go toward the home ownership. So even though this grant has a different strategy that I can utilize the money toward, nonetheless has to meet those set aside. So it's very important to understand that. So the other one can go toward rental assistance. The rental assistance doesn't do me any good. And when I'm talking about rental assistance, I'm talking about the rental assistance either for foreclosure for tenants or for people that are losing their homes, or assist rentals with up to 12 months on rent for security deposits and stuff like that, and also for disaster for renters and stuff like that. But that doesn't do me any good for me to spend money on those type of things because the grant doesn't allow me to do that. So when it comes to rehabilitation and purchase assistance, which what we have, and the disaster assistance, which is some of the strategies that we have. Once again, I already spoke about those. So the one that I actually try to spend my money on is on the rehabilitation part of it. And the reason being is because any dime that I spend on rehabilitation goes toward my 75% construction set aside. So with getting more funds, we used to get a limited amount of funds that the strategy that were submitted in the 2021 to 2023 local housing assistance plan, it was for purchase assistance with or without rehabilitation, also the rehabilitation program itself, or the disaster assistance in case of an emergency. So now that we're getting a little more funds, the intent is to be able to add more strategies into this local housing assistance plan. So we'll be able to have a broader spectrum of how we can be able to spend the money within these restrictions that the program dictates. So one of I started already with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation is the emergency repair for seniors. And again, I already talked about that already, that tried to get the 30,000, but it was declined. They lowered it to 20,000. And then the other one is a rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing is to assist a homeless individual with up to $10,000, which is what other local governments are doing, and try to be able to pay either up to 12 months of rent, whatever the 10,000 allows. And that I can only utilize either if I use any program income. When somebody sells a house and that income comes back to the city, that money can be utilized toward what is called a rapid rehouse, and give it to homeless individuals so they can be able to get a first, last, and secure deposit for a place so they can live. I intend to get that strategy into local housing assistance plan, so we'll be able to assist now because we have a little more funds, be able to assist local, homeless individuals. The other one, it will be the new construction set aside. Now, the new construction set aside, the challenge with that is it's geared toward nonprofit organizations, nonprofit developers that are building affordable housing within below the maximum purchase price, what they call it, which is $382, $194. So we have to stay with that. So for instance, giving a nonprofit developer an incentive, a social incentive of $120,000 for them to build an affordable housing, which once the house is constructed, that will be passed to the end user, the cheap participant, to be able to move into that house. So that's an idea. The other one could be a demolition and reconstruction, which we don't have very many of those, but nonetheless, that's another strategy also that can be utilized under. So in summary, once again, the SB 102, really the restriction, the set aside for this program when it comes to funding hasn't changed much, other than now that they're pushing more into doing loans and not giving any grants out.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mara Frederickson, Director of Financial Services.
There are 3 tax incentives addressed in the Live Local Act. The first one being that it authorizes local governments to provide property tax exemptions for specific affordable housing developments. To be eligible, a development must contain at least 50 or more units. At least 20% of those units must be affordable to households at least below or at 60% AMI. The tax exemptions only apply to those affordable units within that development. Anything less than 100 units are affordable equals up to 75% of a property tax exemption. Anything that's 100% would be 100% tax exempt. Next slide, please. The second tax incentive addressed is the property tax exemption to land owned entirely by a nonprofit. 2 conditions must apply for this. It's leased for a minimum of 99 years and is predominantly used to provide affordable housing to households up to 100% AMI. The land is considered predominantly used for affordable housing if the square footage of the improvements on the land is greater than 50% of all of the square footage of the improvements, and the tax exemption is for the land only and not those improvements. Next slide, please. And the final third incentive is to provide a tax exemption to newly constructed multifamily developments that are more than 70 affordable units for households up to 120% AMI. It only applies again to those affordable units within the development, and it is a tiered system. Anything between 80 to 120% receives a 75% tax exemption, and anything greater than receives 100% property tax exemption.
The exciting stuff now. So there are 2 major preemptions within the Act. The first is rent control is prohibited. The second one is there are a few different land use preemptions for affordable housing specifically. Next slide, please. Local governments cannot now regulate use, density, and height on affordable housing projects if it's a rental project. There are a couple of stipulations. First, it would have to be within it would allow multifamily or mixed-use development within commercial, industrial, and mixed-use properties. And I'll show you in a few slides what that ends up looking like in Boynton Beach. At least 40% of the units within any project must be affordable. However, the Act right now allows for up to 120% AMI. Those numbers are pretty high in Palm Beach County. Our median area income is $90,000. So the range for 120 goes from a 1-person household of $77,000 to up to a 10-person household of $163,000. If it is a mixed-use project, then at least 65% must be dedicated to residential. Also under this, local government cannot require a development to go under certain processes that before this legally they would be required to go through, things like rezonings and conditional uses. Next slide. So the 3 preemptions. First is use. Uses, so now they are allowed to build multifamily rentals or mixed use within commercial, industrial, or mixed use zones without zoning or land development changes. Density. The highest density allowed on any land within the city where residential development is allowed. And we'll go through each one of these in more detail. And then height. They would be allowed to use the highest height currently allowed within a 1-mile radius of the proposed project. Next slide. Some additional provisions included are that all other local laws would apply. So they would have to meet the rest of the LDRs outside of the listed preemptions. And something that is very different here is these would be processed administratively. So not only is the actual process removed from being required, but the process now turns into an administrative approval. This means 2 things. There would be no more public hearings for eligible projects, and it means that the city will need to formally designate a responsible party for these administrative approvals. It also says that cities must consider reduced parking if the projects are within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. Major transit stops are not defined. So this is an interesting caveat. So there is this 20% rule. If the city has less than 20% of its zoned property dedicated to commercial or industrial land, then we can require these projects to be mixed use. If we have above that 20%, then we cannot, and straight multifamily would be allowed. Next slide. So again, this was signed into law on March 29th. So we obviously have been working very hard to understand everything that is in this bill. We were tasked by many organizations to start looking at our land use, looking at property, seeing the actual effects of Boynton Beach, figure out what land would be eligible. So this is what I'm going to share with you next. Next slide. This is a map of the eligible preempted properties. What we're looking at is the commercial, industrial, and mixed use zoned properties. It equates to 1,966 acres. This map is a little bit more drastic than reality. However, a lot of this property is already built and probably not going to redevelop. Next slide. So that 20% rule. We are at 23% of the city's property, which means we cannot force mixed use. We would have to allow multifamily. There are some other codes that we may be able to require some first floor activity on certain streets. But since uses are preempted and we are over that threshold, multifamily will largely apply. Next slide. Density. All of these properties also would now have a maximum density of 100 units per acre. Next slide. So now on to height. There are 3 different heights that we mapped out for you, the 3 highest in the city. The first is the tallest heights permissible in the city, which is 150 feet from the about the center of where it's permitted. So all of the parcels shown within, all of the red parcels shown within the circle would be allowed to do 150 feet. Next slide. This represents the maximum of 100 feet. Next slide. This represents the maximum of 75 feet. Next slide, you'll see a composite. So here you can see what the height maximums would be. So anything within that dark circle would be 150, that kind of royal blue 100, and that lighter blue 75. Anything that's falling outside of those lines would be 3 stories or a maximum of what's allowed within their zoning district. Next slide. This represents the same thing, except we coded the actual parcels. So you're looking at essentially a height maximum map here. And next slide. So the last thing we did is look at some of the properties that we think are going to be targeted, or some of the properties that we've already started having some initial conversations with. And these represent a few of them. And we've mapped a couple of different things. We've mapped parcels of interest, what we're calling. This is in no way all inclusive. And any yes.
Is there any way to scroll down a little bit to see the title of the second field, purple?
It is parcels of interest, that pink color, in case he can't do that. So the pink is the parcels of interest, and then that blue is parking fields of interest. So we did map 2 different things, because something that could also happen for, say, in like Target, since it is commercial, it doesn't necessarily have to fully redevelop. It can maintain its target, structure its parking, and build a new building within that parking field. So we looked at a couple of the bigger parking fields that we have, as well as some prime property for redevelopments. A couple of these have already reached out to staff to start some preliminary conversations. That is all I have. I will pass it over to the city attorney for the remainder of the presentation, and I'll be available for questions afterwards.
Okay, I guess I need to see the next slide. I wasn't prepared to present anything unique, so I provided them with a couple of the slides. I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in the preparation of the actual presentation. but I can
cover
wing
the
it on
next two
these.
slides and you can do the last two, which are
Okay, thank you.
ambiguous. Sure, no problem. So the next topic is the state housing strategy. Largely, the state housing strategy has been incentive-based, similar to how we were doing affordable housing also. The interesting point is that this bill did add language to emphasize the need to avoid sprawl and minimize separation of housing and employment. That has been kind of reaffirmed within the state housing strategy. Next slide. Publicly owned lands. So there have been more stringent requirements around publicly owned lands that have been added into this. The cities will be required to prepare a new list of publicly owned lands by October 1st. It does expand the inventory of the requirements to independent special districts within local governments. My thought is that this would include lands owned by the CRA, but I'll defer to council to reaffirm that. It does require every local government to make an inventory list and make it publicly available on the city's website to encourage potential development. And there are a couple of other details about what land could be placed on the inventory and which can be used for affordable housing. Next slide. The bill also does allow the Florida Housing Finance Corporation to provide technical assistance specific to establishing selection criteria and related provisions to RFPs and other competitive solicitations for the use of leases of government-owned land and affordable housing. So there are some types of assistance built into this as well. Next slide. So I believe these two, Mike.
Yeah, this is the slides I helped prepare. So one of the things you heard it earlier in the presentation is there are many terms and phrases in this that are not defined within the terms and phrases. And in some of them, they may even say, as defined in your code, we do not have maybe definitions yet. So one of the things that we have to do when we're going through this is look at the act and see how we're supposed to give interpretations. Like we provide the example that, we have more than one multifamily or one mixed use district. And so when you're applying standards that are supposed to be applicable to these commercial areas, which district would you use? And the philosophy that we've discussed here is that, because the intent is to enable more affordable housing, that you would provide the more liberal application towards the proposed developer. It doesn't provide any guidance on how to provide those definitions. So you end up going into your typical analysis of how do you define a term that's not defined. Look at previous case law, you look at dictionaries, you look at standard practices, things like that. And so, that's one of the things that we've been struggling with, and many cities are going to struggle with. And I know that there's a collective of planners and collective of attorneys that are trying to work through and maintain at least some sense of uniformity while these are worked through. Next slide. So one of the things that we've discussed here is because there are things that need to be fleshed out. And it is going to take some time. And one of the philosophies that I discussed with staff is rather than going through a land use regulation adoption right from the get-go, that we do some sort of resolution presented to you so we can have some interim things, an interim direction from the city commission, how we would proceed and place some administrative processes in place. We think that will provide us some flexibility to change administrative practices and how these applications are made while we learn. This is flying the plane as you build it. So doing a resolution allows us some flexibility to plan and to react and to come back to you and amend that resolution while at the same time working on those more permanent land development regulations. There are some ways to get interpretations, and I've left those options there. One is an attorney general opinion. Cities from time to time will ask, and earlier tonight you talked about vacation rentals, and there's a slew of interpretations that were asked for, in the last 10 years on those, where you ask, can we do this? And they say, yes, that looks like that's regulating the number. So no, you can't. So you can ask the attorney general for opinions. There's a process for that. it has to be authorized by you. Anybody, any request that's made to the Attorney General for interpretation of the statute would be on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach. If it got to the point where staff and legal thought that we should seek that rather than continue to use our own, rely on our own interpretations, that could be second guessed down the road. The thing with an Attorney General opinion is if you ask for it, you get it, and you have to follow it. An Attorney General's opinion from another jurisdiction, you can say, oh, that sounds well and good, we'll do our own thing, but a judge might look at it, you know, with some preferential interpretation. And the last thing, and you know, you really don't want to get in this point, and usually you wouldn't, but if we get into a real disagreement with somebody who asserts a real important issue that we disagree with, you can always ask a judge to say, declare our rights under this act. It's a lawsuit, you know, but those are really the last resort. I would anticipate more planning direction coming in from the state agencies, more consensus, and you know, you would expect that developers who want to move in and take advantage of what they see as the benefits of this act would work with us on these issues that are open to interpretation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Was that the conclusion of all the slides? All right. I will turn now to my colleagues for questions and comments for staff and council. Let's begin on my right this time, beginning with Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, everyone, for putting this together. I know it's a lot of work. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hay, questions, comments?
Yeah, I guess the
microphone.
One of the concerns that not concerned, but just that 1 mile radius, is that from what point to what point? Would west of I-95 be included in that 1 mile radius from US 1? How does that work?
So, okay, so the way the bill reads is that any project is allowed the highest height within 1 mile of that project site. So what we did in order to map it visually is picked the kind of center of the 3 highest heights that we would have and mapped it that way. So anything falling within that 150 foot 1 mile radius will be within 1 mile of 150 feet.
So if I was on, say, industrial.
So if you look at that
that's not
map,
quite a mile from Casa Costa. So you're telling me that, am my understanding is right, that there could be a 10, 14-story building in industrial because of that 1 mile radius thing?
yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Now, of course, there are, this is kind of blanket maps. So the kind of formal answer is yes. Those properties are developed. They would have to assemble to any kind of reality to build that high because those footprints are very small in that area. So do I think that that would be a feasible project? Probably not. These preemptions are in effect for 10 years, however. We do expect some updates next session. But for now, this could be a long-term plan for any of the parcels within these districts, which is why we thought it was safest to show you anything that could apply, although currently it wouldn't be feasible to build on a lot of these lots.
Bottom line is what I'm hearing is that local government is being limited more and more as to what we can say about what goes on in our city.
For the next 10 years for use, density, and height.
And they can be up to 100 units per acre.
And that is all of the eligible property. So density doesn't have a measure the same way height does. I assume that this was drafted in an attempt to be compatible, the 1 mile, which compatibility, if obviously wasn't written by a planner, I'll just leave it there. But density, however, was done as a kind of blanket statement that anything that has a commercial or industrial or mixed use will automatically get the benefits of the highest density permissible in the city. So that would be the 100 units per acre.
A lot of this concerns me, but I'm not sure we have much leeway here. Is this all coming down from the state?
It is, yes, it's all coming down from the state. I will say we are not alone. There are huge groups. We're a part of IPARG, which is essentially the planning directors in the area that are meeting on this topic, trying to interpret things consistently, making sure that we're following the rules, but pushing limits where we can. It will be a lot of, as Mike said, kind of flying plane as we build it for a little while. But development's not stopping. I've had at least 2 or 3 inquiries about properties under Live Local already.
Getting that same feeling I used to have with these unfunded mandates from the state. But it is what it is, I guess. Right, legal? Mike is not talking.
What's that? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Not much we can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it. It's written in a way to encourage this type of development in these areas. And quite frankly, by making plans that meet all our codes, other than, if you get this exemption to avoid public hearings, it basically says, takes it out of that realm, takes it away from your vote and having to deal with the politics of a project like this. I think they did that in order to require it to be done administratively, and hard, impossible to say no to constituents who might be concerned if it meets the letter of the law. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Amanda, and all of city staff for working on this. I know it's been quite a project of interpretation. But I'm curious, I have 2. So the list that you have to provide of available properties, does that list only comply or is compiled of available properties in industrial and commercial areas? And if not, how does that then affect vacant land that maybe is zoned park, or let's say it's not developed and it's city land? How do we have, what does that inventory have to include?
It's my understanding that the inventory is all inclusive of all publicly owned lands. The preemptions, however, are only for commercial and industrial. So it wouldn't change the developability of those properties that are residentially zoned, but they do have to be publicly viewable in case affordable developers wanted to develop it, I think is the goal of those set of rules.
Okay. So how does that affect, like, for instance, we just like Meadows in District 4, it's now it's zoned rec park, it's undeveloped. How does this affect that, or what?
I don't believe it would, because none of these preemptions talk about rec property or residential property. So those properties wouldn't be affected by these preemptions.
But you have to provide them under the inventory of every.
Yes.
Okay. And then this may be for Mike. How, there's a lot of in this act that talks about basically protecting landlords and our ability to protect the tenants. So, we recently, have our tenant bill of rights. How does this affect that? And is it now null and void, and does it not exist?
Well, that was done outside of the local act. There was a separate bill that was passed, and it did go to the governor. I want to say he signed the bill. I'm pretty sure that he did. I can verify that. But if he did sign the bill, then that would undo most of what you did in there. We haven't done a line by line analysis to see if anything would survive, because one of the things you guys don't really, maybe a lot of people don't notice, but at the end of all your ordinances, we provide for severability. So if any part of an act or an ordinance is found by court or by legislature to be overruled or preempted. If any parts that's not included in that can survive on its own, it would survive. So with that bill being passed, we would need to take a look at that tenant's bill of rights and put it side by side and see if anything, would survive. And if, so can it survive on its own? Did it involve other contexts in which it can't stand on its own? And we haven't done that analysis yet.
Okay, thank you.
Was that it, Commissioner?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Turkin, did you have any questions or comments for Amanda regarding the presentation or
No,
council?
thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know it's I think Commissioner Kelly's said it the best. It's been very interpretive. And there's things we should have, would have, could have done. We can't do that now. And I think we just need to get creative. One question. So they have to still meet like parking requirements, correct? And setback requirements?
Yes, they would have to meet all other LDR requirements. The interpretive part of that is of which zoning district. So saying,
I'm sorry, continue.
sure. So if we allow, let's say, 100 units per acre, our assumption and our interpretation is that we would be applying the development standards of mixed use core because that is where those units are permitted. But yes, they would have to fulfill all other land development regulations.
And that mixed use core, that would be just within that 1 mile, correct?
Yes, and it'll depend on what they're building. So I would say if they are south of there and only doing 50 units an acre, we could probably have them use the zoning district that allows for what they're building. It's worded in a way that it says something to the effect of allowed wherever else it's permitted in the city. So we're saying that if they are proposing this on where it's allowed, those are the development regulations that we're using. So if they're doing something that's 20 units an acre, we would apply MU1. If they're doing something that's 50 units an acre, we would apply MU3. And that has been our interpretation and IPARC's interpretation so far.
Okay,
so less on height and more on the intensity of the site. I would look at more of the density.
Sure. And when we change that, so how does this play with, because I thought we were retiring and core and we were adopting the downtown business district.
Yes, we did, but the way it reads is that anything that is allowable, MU core is still allowed to exist, and those property rights have been maintained. So the idea was that no new parcels, the irony, would be able to use the 150 feet, but any parcels that have it are allowed to maintain it. So the way it reads is that it's currently allowed. And currently allowed right now, MU core would be the 150 feet.
So it was never retired, essentially. It was just those parcels were grandfathered in, right? And because they were grandfathered in, that use is still eligible, which now future development could fall under that MU core. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, they were retired in the effect that they wouldn't be used. So that was our attempt to not take property rights away from properties that were developed with those rights. So they had to still live on the books in our zoning code and on property, but we limited the future expansion of those of that district.
Which essentially is counterintuitive now because of this law.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can do. I mean, just maybe get creative with parking and setbacks and et cetera, but I think maybe looking at amending LDR, but thank you for the clarification and thank you for, you and staff hard work on this. This came off the fly, and I'm sure we're not the only ones struggling with this, and I think it'll be a good opportunity to go to FLC in August and share our concerns with our colleagues and see what we can do moving forward.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I have no questions. Thank you, Amanda. But before you go, there were two items that we added to the agenda for discussion, one being the city attorney's office, but we also have the parking master plan. Really quickly, this is on the future agenda item, but what more did you need from the commission so we can quickly give you direction to begin that process?
Sure. So our attempt so far, what we've done internally is we've talked to our mobility consultant who helped us put together the mobility plan. Staff's initial reaction to that request is that that folds in nicely with our mobility plan update that we need to do. So it was a topic that we were hoping to fold into our mobility workshop. It is something that our consultants have said that they're being requested to do with mobility planning now pretty regularly. That was going to be our strategy for integrating this into the work that we're already doing and a consultant that we already have. We talked a little bit through the scope. In my conversations with him, and please tell me if the commission has a different thought, but the first point that I wanted them to start reviewing is if there is a deficit in public parking now, and once we are built. Since most of downtown is already approved, is there a deficit now? Will there be a deficit at build out? And then if there is, strategies for adding additional public parking, whether it's a parking garage or metering spaces and so on and so forth. So we have had those preliminary discussions. The idea was to talk through it a little bit more within a mobility workshop and then give more direction for the update of that plan.
Okay, so to be clear, what direction do you need from us? Because it sounds like what you're saying is it's already going to be included in that other discussion about mobility. And so do you need anything from us at all right now?
Just a date for a mobility workshop.
Okay. All right. Now that that's super clear, I'm comfortable removing this item remove it from future agenda, and they can just wrap it into the mobility workshop. All right. And we'll figure out the date for that later. All right. This brings us to, thank you so much, Ms. Radigan. We're now going to move on to our discussion on the transition for the city attorney's office. I'm going to turn this item to our city manager to open the topic, but also to provide the commission options so we can have a process.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Pretty much what staff needs direction on is two things. One, do you guys want to look at going with another firm? Do you want to look at having an in-house attorney? As you guys know today, I've sent you all informational items of what different municipalities look like. They are, some have in-house, some have firms. Most of the cities that are similar to us, Boca, Delray, West Palm, they tend to have in-house, and they farm out a lot of their specialty items. If there's any sort of development needs, arbitrations, things of that nature that the commission may feel that's better served with a specialist, they do things similar like that. The other item that we would want to have direction on is whether or not you guys want to hire an executive firm to go out and do the solicitation for us, bring us qualified candidates, or would you guys want to have our own in-house human resources do something like that? I do have our human resources director, Ms. Tanil DeCoste. She's going to give you a little bit more in-depth knowledge on it. And do we have a presentation ready?
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. Tanil DeCoste, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I'm here to discuss the two options that our city manager discussed. Option number one, I don't know where the presentation is, but I'll just go ahead and begin. Option number one, we can recruit for in-house counsel if you allow the Human Resources Department to do it. I have a timeline. Well, the job description's created already. We were being proactive. So we created a job description already. We would post the position starting tomorrow. We would post it for approximately 30 days. The qualified candidates will be sent to the commissioners on July 24th, meaning they met the minimum requirements based on the job description. On August 1st, that meeting, you will advise us and give us direction, or the city manager direction, what top 3 or 5 candidates, you pick the number that you would like to interview. We would do the interviews, we would conduct the interviews from August 7th through August 11th. And then on the August 15th meeting, you would select the top candidate. Based on you come to a consensus with the top candidate, we would have a tentative start date for the in-house firm from September 18th through October 2nd. And that's if they have to give a 30 or 60-day notice to wherever they're working now. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is we solicit outside counsel through an RFP process. The finance department would develop the scope of services from June 21st to June 28th. We would place the bid on our e-bidding platform, of course, have legal review it from July 29th to, June 29th to July 6th. The RFP would open on July 7th through August 8th, 2023. We would have a pre-proposal meeting with the firms that are interested, just in case they have any questions, what we're looking for. And on July 24th, we would ask them to provide the questions to our procurement department. The RFP would close on August 9th, 2023. We would review procurement would review all those who are interested to make sure they meet the minimum and the deadline. The selection committee would have to evaluate it and score it. The selection committee would meet from August 18th through August 25th. And on the September 21st meeting, we would have the recommendations to the city commission. Tentative start date for that firm would be October 23rd through November 27th, November 27th, 2023. So as the city manager discussed, we need directives from you. The first direction we would need, do you want option 1, in-house attorney, or option 2, outside counsel? The second direction we would need is allow the city manager to work with a temp firm, which I believe the discussion was maybe our CRA, Lewis, Longman, and Walker, PA, until their attorney or firm is hired. So those are the 2 directives that we need from the commission tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Costi. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Cruz, and then we'll go around the dais. Those are 2 questions that are being asked. Do you want an
Go
interim,
back to the other
firm?
slide. Sorry, Manny.
an in-house, or outside firm?
I would like to go with an in-house counsel. I think that we can cap the fees when we have a professional that is here, available for us, not being charged by the hour. Due to the situation where we find ourselves today, unfortunately, we have to do this, but I would definitely go with in-staff counsel because I think it's a good way to be fiscally responsible, cap the fees, have a salary, and not allow the hourly fees to add up, especially now as we're going into budget season. We want to be very mindful of the budget and being fiscally responsible. Obviously, with the assumption that it's going to be a professional who has a lot of experience and is able to do the job. And of course, if we needed to have litigation or that sort of thing, we could always hire outside counsel for that.
So thank you, Commissioner. I see what you're saying about option 1. What about on the question of an interim, what are we calling this, interim, with Lewis, Longman, and Walker?
I'll go with whatever the majority wants to do.
Okay. All right, Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Cruz. I think everything she mentioned made sense. And, I think as we're growing significantly as a city, and we have, tons of development, a lot of stuff happening with the state. I think we do need someone in-house full-time, Monday through Friday, hopefully. And, I'd want nothing more than to have in-house counsel. And I agree. I think we could definitely be more responsible with our fees in that avenue. And I'm definitely in support of looking at the alternative firm, Lois, the CRA firm for the interim. I'm totally good with that.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Hay and then Commissioner Kelly thereafter.
Okay, before I answer, I have some other questions I want to ask. How was this initiated? Did this firm just come up and turn in their resignation? How was this whole thing initiated? Because this is sort of new to me. I hadn't heard about this termination until here recently. So I want to know, how was it initiated? Did they just submit the letter and say I'm terminating, or how did it get started?
It was concerns by staff that was brought to the mayor, and then the mayor decided that this would be the best course of action.
I conveyed the information.
Well, let me just say that, and I want to say this in the most loving way I can, but neither the mayor or anybody else on this dais speaks for me without me knowing about it, okay? And I want to have input into a major decision of this type. And I'm finding out about it now. So I just don't feel that was handled properly. From this point going forward, I don't want anybody speaking for me without having talked to me about whatever the issue is. That being said, I go along with what's been said. I certainly would like to have in-house counsel for obvious reasons. When we have questions, we need to be able to have hands-on access to our counsel. And I would like for HR to do this as they did in the past with the city manager, even though we may not have listened, but you guys did a great job. So I think you can do that again. As for the substitute, I think the attorney firm from the CRA can jump in and do that to such time that we have a replacement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hay. And Commissioner Hay, I'd like to just address very briefly what you just said. I don't want to belabor the point, but I also know that I don't want misunderstandings to persist. At no point did I mention you or speak for you or any other member of the commission. I relayed what staff informed me, and I spoke my personal opinion, and that was it. So I'm not sure what's been conveyed to you, but I didn't speak for anyone else. In fact, I didn't even bring up your name.
Well, and I appreciate that. The only problem is that I was left with nothing but that to think, because I didn't have the facts. All I'm saying to you is that we sitting up here should be included somehow. You guys figured out, you the staff, that's what we're paying you for. And so I just feel that we were left out of the loop. And I don't like to be, I wouldn't say blindsided, but I don't like to be finding out information of this level and nature up here on this dais. Okay, so that's my position on it. I don't, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, because we're going to work together as a team. But I think I would be less than who I am to let you know how I feel.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I have feelings in both ways. Although I understand and support, understand my colleague's position on in-house attorneys, my concerns are logistics and being smart about it. I want an attorney who is here and present, and I don't think that we have not had an attorney that's here and present and available. I have called Mike on his cell phone numerous times, so I don't think that that is not something that we have had. My concern is the ability to hire a qualified in-house attorney that can then cover all of the commission meetings. And I foresee that we'll run into issues potentially with, vacations and coverage if we only had one in-house attorney. The nice part about having a firm is that although you have your main city attorney who handles the majority of the meetings with the exception of, an absence, but you have that ability to have coverage. We also run into an issue with staffing and finding qualified paralegals. I work in this industry and it is very difficult to find qualified attorneys and paralegals to work. I looked at the Florida League of Cities list of jobs, and there are 10 cities that are currently looking for attorneys and assistant attorneys that have been sitting there empty for a while. So my concerns are being able to find someone who really meets our need if they are a sole in-house attorney. Most cities have more than one city attorney. So then we're looking at, do we then need 2 city attorneys? Then what are we talking about as far as staff? We can't have the marketing team help our city attorney. So you have to have qualified staff. A city position doesn't pay like the private sector does. So my concerns, I appreciate and like the idea of having an in-house attorney, but I fear that we're boxing ourselves in, and and by having an in-house attorney, we're not limiting the amount of cases that we would have to contract out. Yes, we could potentially get somebody who was qualified in several areas, but we're not going to find somebody who is qualified in all the areas. And so we will still continue to have to outsource, a lot of our cases. So although I understand my colleague's position on in-house attorneys, and I do like that idea, and that's something that I have seen in other cities work. Usually you have multiple city attorneys to make it work so that you have coverage and people are available. So that being said, I also see the pros in having a firm where we have the ability to have a multifaceted approach to city and to our legal team. So I'm kind of
On the fence.
I'm on the fence. I see both sides. I see the positive in both. I'm leaning more towards the firm, but I understand my, colleagues' positions on wanting an in-house attorney. But I have concerns over the logistics of that and seeing how difficult it is right now to hire qualified attorneys and staff. I have concerns with the city, especially since I've seen at least 10 cities that are still looking for attorneys being able to meet that need. You're in this business,
Yes.
You have lots of experience. What is your experience? We have an in-house headhunter at my firm, and there's a long list of attorneys and positions that we're constantly looking for. So
I think it's just a market, but who wouldn't want to work for the city of Boynton Beach? We're an amazing city. We have the best pension, I have to say that. So there's a lot of benefits. I'm sure we'll find the top notch. And say, God forbid, we can't find it. We can always outsource to a firm. We always have a backup plan. We're going to ensure HR, and of course the city manager is going to make sure we're not going to put this city in a position that's going to hurt us. So I assure you, we're going to get the top candidate. And if we can't get the top candidate, if it's not being filled, we can always hire an outside firm. We have options.
no, and I understand. I understand that. So maybe then what we do, maybe we establish some sort of timeline. on what's, a reasonable expectation. But then the question becomes then, what are we doing as far as hiring staff? A city attorney can't do their job and a paralegal's job and a legal assistant's job and all of the other jobs. So in doing this, then how many other jobs are we having to put in for?
Right. Well, some cities, they do have maybe a 3-team. It'll be this main city attorney, a deputy city attorney, and then a paralegal. Others just have a team of 2. It's just depending on the needs. Of course, we can't just have a main city attorney and he or she not have a team. Of course, we have to look forward of filling those positions as well. The good thing about it, in my timeline, if HR does the in-house hiring, if we do go with in-house, it's into the next fiscal year. So we can look at the budget with the city manager's approval to see, what we can do about bringing in more staff for that city attorney.
Now, I know we have a paralegal. I know that. So I heard whispering and I know that and I realize that. I just am looking ahead at, seeing how busy, seeing how busy the firm was in handling all of the city business. Is one city attorney going to be able to do the job that we're asking? Is that realistic?
So other cities have that one city attorney, and what they can't do, they do outsource. It is a practice. Again, we have a firm right now and they outsource work as well. So it's in-house, outsource. Either way, you're going to outsource work, whether we have an in-house or outside attorney. Like I just gave an example, our outside firm currently does a lot of outsourcing.
Right. So that's just the point I just wanted to make that clear because I know there was conversation that it would be nice. We would stop outsourcing. We're not going to stop outsourcing. We're going to be outsourcing no matter what avenue we go down. It's a matter of, do we hire a firm that then we choose who then the designated city attorney is, or do we hire just one person and then outsource every single thing that they can't do?
But we have control of it. That's the benefit of in-house. We have control. We control the budget. We have a person that's here on salary. If they have to outsource something, but we're trying to get the top-notch attorney to work for this city. So I see your concerns. I don't have an answer for every single concern you have, but with my experience working at the city of Miramar, we did recruitment. The city of Delray Beach, we went through recruitments as well with the city attorney. It happens. So I believe if we go in-house and we bring him or her to this beautiful city and we do need to build a team, it's okay. We're going to be fine because we're going to put in place that we're not going to fail. And if we have to outsource, we're outsource. And plus, we're going to be using the temp attorneys firm just to get us through for the transition before our current firm leaves.
Okay. Well, I'll support what the majority says, but those are my points.
All right, thank you. And before we move on, I know Commissioner Hay, you wanted to add to that, but before we do, Commissioner Kelly, what were your thoughts on the second item about a temporary firm? You're comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with it.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to Commissioner Hay.
Well, I just want to thank Tennille for expressing my thoughts because that's basically what I was going to say, but you said it more eloquently. But we're going out for a top-notch firm, and when that time comes, if they need to outsource, they're going to outsource. Just like the firm we had here. I'm sure there were times when they outsourced, but I thank you for that because you guys are not going to bring us back, no, just any firm. You're going to bring back the best, okay? And we have to trust them that they know what they're doing and have had experience in the areas of running a city similar to Boynton Beach. And so I'm all for just having that in-house main firm and then let them and you guys determine when we need to spread our wings and get other input to a particular case, which doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it's there for you. And so I've already expressed my position on those other items correct. You know that I'm for
Is it
HR
option,
doing it.
HR doing it option one? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then using the CRA.
Lewis, yeah, we've worked with them before, right?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. And I'm going to support the majority as well. I'm going to support option one. I want to see what you come up with. And then I'm going to also support the interim city attorney with LLW. All right, Lewis Longman Walker. Now, are there any further questions, comments, anything else?
Yeah.
That's clear. I just want to make sure the direction is clear. That's,
I just
go ahead.
want to say to Mike and Jim Cheroff and that firm that from the time I've been working with you guys from 2007, that I appreciate the work that you've done. Okay, I really do. There's some other stuff that I don't even want to get involved with, but just from coming to you guys and asking questions, you never turned me down. You answered my question in terms that even I could understand. And I want to let you know I truly appreciate that. So thank you.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, so as far as the timeline goes, can we go back to, yeah,
Bless you.
thank you.
Bless you.
So before July 24th, we should have an idea from you as far as what the quality of candidates are. Okay.
With the microphone on?
Yeah, sorry about that. So correct, as they come in, if they meet the minimum requirements, we'll create an Excel spreadsheet. We'll have the resumes, experience, everything included in a package. We're gonna have packages for each of you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I also wanted to thank Mike. It's been really great working with you. You always answer my calls. Excuse the sneeze, but yeah, thank you very much for everything. You really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to section 12, legal, 12A, proposed ordinance number 23-030. Did I miss something?
Here,
Yes.
legislative break, you added that.
Yeah, the legislative break.
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's do that today because that's a quick one. Thank you for reminding me. The question here is for future years, do we want to set aside time where we have a legislative break, which is to say a vacation window so people can go with their families and do whatnot, right? I know other cities have something similar. They block out, maybe the month of August or July or something like this. But I want to throw that out there. I know the city manager and I have had discussions about this, but at least you guys should know and weigh in. Who would like to begin? Anybody? Go. Let's begin on my left, Commissioner Kelly.
I mean, I'm interested to see maybe what other cities or, what other people do. I personally work around the city commission schedule and book my vacations when we're not in session and have meetings. So, I mean, that's kind of what I have been doing. But this is the first time hearing about a legislative break. So I would be curious to see what that entails, what it means, how that affects our residents who, reach out to us on, a daily basis for, so what is that what does that look like? So I'd be interested to see what it looks like, but as of right now, I work around our city commitments. So. And it changes.
Okay.
So, I mean,
So
I
your
don't
request
also
is-
want to be stuck to, I can only, for the most part is if it's a big, I can only take a vacation during this one time when we're on a legislative break. So
to that, you can always, or not just you, any of us could really take breaks in these pockets, right? All this would do is just create kind of like a dedicated window, which we can change. It's certainly nothing fixed, and it's something we can determine year by year, for example. But anyways, thank you. Commissioner Hay, your thoughts?
Yes, I've been juggling dates and for like now, I'm leaving in the morning. And the only reason I didn't leave earlier because of this meeting. So I can fit my vacation time within meetings. However, I'm all for the legislative break. I feel that when you start looking at other cities that I know about, they have it, state, national. So I don't have a problem with a legislative break. If I had to vote, mine would be for the month of July. That's my position on this. So I welcome the idea because either July or August, but I prefer July. But I go along with either one. The point is that people go on vacation anyway, and
Good point.
They're going to take that time off for family reunion, for vacation, whatever. That's just a family time. Kids out of school, and they're going to go to Disney, or no matter how hot it is, they're going to go. So I can go either way. But if you asked the question, if I had to vote, I would say yes on the legislative break, and my choice would be the month of July.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit torn about this. So I guess what is being proposed is like taking a month off, right? The whole month of July, we're not going to have city commission meetings. We're breaking from that. And then will we break from our other duties on other boards as well?
Well, I think that'll have to be a separate conversation, right? We can only speak for the city
So, yeah,
at this
fine.
point.
Yep. So like we can, like, I think we kind of do this sometimes already when we consolidate meetings. I'm not opposed to it. I don't know if taking a whole month off, I don't think I could swallow that, but maybe, again, maybe, that last commission meeting, we don't have one in the month of July or August. I think summertime is definitely more attractive in doing so if we're going to move forward with this. I do agree with that. But, I don't know about going a month without conducting city business, especially because we don't know what may come. We don't know what's going to come up in the future. And, I don't think we can compare ourselves to the state or the federal government, frankly. So I would definitely need to see some more options and continued conversation about this. But I don't think I could swallow taking off a whole month, maybe 2 weeks, having those first meeting or maybe first meeting of the month, in 3 weeks, something like that. But I don't want to postpone city business because we do, we're only tied up the first 3 weeks of each month typically, unless we conduct a workshop or special commission meeting, something like that. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to turn now to Commissioner Cruz. This is just preliminary thoughts, everybody.
I'm open to it. Even more than just us, it's also staff, right? Like I'm sure it's difficult to try to get people to take their vacations, and they already do, but to have coverage at commission meetings and that sort of thing. So I think that other cities do it, not just for the elected officials, but also to allow staff to take time off in the summer. So it's more of a collective effort of the entire city and not only the elected officials. I'm open to it, to seeing what options there are. A month does feel like a long time, but we have 2 meetings a month. So maybe taking off, like just doing a long first meeting and then maybe not doing the second meeting and taking the rest of the month off. I don't know, whatever the board thinks, but I'm open to looking.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Let me try to just jump on to those points you made. Right now, correct me if I'm wrong, we only have one meeting in July, one regular city commission meeting, right? We canceled our 5th, or was it the 6th? Right. So I didn't think it was that far of a stretch. And I agree with you, Commissioner Cruz, because I have spoken to staff and they told me that this really isn't just for us, also, it's also for them, because it allows them the time and space to really do the work, catch up, and push through with the projects without preparing for the next city commission meeting. But again, this is just a preliminary conversation just to gauge where all of you stand. There's no decision that needs to be made, but at least now we're all thinking about it. And this wouldn't be for this year anyways, it would be for the future. Okay, so think about it and we'll circle back in the future. Did I miss anything else before we move on to legal? I think that was it. All right, 12A, this is proposed ordinance number 23-013. It's first reading, park impact fee ordinance. I'm going to turn to Mr. Cirillo, our counsel.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, this is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Regulations, Chapter 2, Land Development Process, Article 6, Impact and Selected Fees to amend Section 2 to adopt the comprehensive impact fee schedule for parks and recreation facilities, adopting the impact fee study, establishing criteria and administrative processes for an individual assessment of impact fees, refunds, credits, and collection of fees, creating Section 9 to create an impact fee schedule, providing for implementing administrative acts, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. And if I might, City Commissioners and Mayor, a lot of their focus recently have been on the study to update your rates to make them to current standards. And part of that is the belt and suspensions of also updating the ordinance to make sure that it also complies with current standards. And so while you had existing ordinance that had the basics in there, our office prepared and worked with staff to go ahead and update this ordinance to bring it up to the current standards that you expect to see, particularly with the changes in state law that happened in 2021. So there's a lot more specifics in here, but the basic framework you have in place, this puts a lot more meat on the bones. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's why you're getting an ordinance like this as opposed to just a change in the chart.
All right, thank you, Council. Questions, comments from my colleagues? Which did we end before? Let's go, Commissioner Cruz. That was a
No questions.
that
We've
was-
discussed this many times.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor. Questions, comments for this? We'll circle back to you. I think
Good to go.
there we go. Is it a lag? Yeah. Vice Mayor, I don't know if you can hear us, but you were breaking up.
No questions, man.
Oh, okay. All right. No questions. Commissioner Hay, then Commissioner Kelly.
I'm good for now. I'm good for now.
All right. It's only first reading, so it's not the last opportunity, right? Commissioner Kelly.
Mike, do we have, and maybe you can send it to me later, a strike-through version with the changes that were made from the previous to this one? Do we have a strike-through?
I'm sorry, I can have that created. I think this was a delete and replace to make it
Yeah.
easier for the codifiers, but I'll see if I can have that put together for you.
If it's
Strike-through.
too much,
I
I
don't
can
think
just
so.
read
It's-
the both of them and do it myself, but sometimes we have a strike-through version somewhere and it would make it easier.
I'll have that put together before second reading. Got extra time with the July 5th meeting. Yep, of course.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
All right, thank you. This is first reading. There's no public comment on this item. Commissioner Cruz, it looks like you're about to say something.
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And there's a second
Second.
from Commissioner Hay.
Oh.
There was the lag. I'm
From
sorry,
the
Vice Mayor.
heavens. there's-
Commissioner Hay beat you. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Turkin,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. Before we all leave for the evening, I just want to reiterate item 13E, that's discussion regarding downtown parking master plan. We just had that, but we're going to remove that under future agenda. That's no longer necessary. We have several discussion items here, which is why staff can't move forward. So my recommendation is that we actually have these discussions next meeting, just so we can give them initial direction and then we'll let them run with it. For example, we don't really know what the intent is of Vice Mayor for the Toys R Us item, or Commissioner Hay, I want to learn more about what your intent is for the homeless. but let's have those initial discussions so we can move forward. Unless staff wants to weigh in, I don't know if that requires any research just to have initial discussion. I don't think so. Is that correct? I'm seeing a no, so we'll just have that, get our initial input, then they'll move it forward.
Just, we would like to, I guess, kind of conceptualize what we want to see going forward from a future agenda item. Just throw some ideas out. I know me and a lot of my staff, we've had discussions with Andrew, and we were looking at maybe revamping how we do the future agenda items. So,
well, in terms of the process, that'll be included in the local rules document. We'll have that discussion as well. But one of the things that staff brought up to me is that these items have been lingering on this list for quite a long time, and it's not a good look. So let's have these discussions, give them direction to start, and then we can move on. Commissioner Hay?
I want to make sure that my item for future agenda about the annexations and all that is going to be added.
Yeah,
correct. Okay.
yeah, absolutely. It'll be added. When we go through the minutes, they'll add it.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, and before we, again, is it clear the direction is to bring back various options and the implications of those options? Okay, good. All right, we got head nods. Closing comments, and then we'll adjourn. Any closing comments? Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Commissioner Hay?
Oh, happy 4th of July.
Okay, good for you.
Yes, have a good time on vacation, and hopefully we'll see everyone at July 4th because we won't see each other, and that'll be the next time we see you.
Yeah. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to earlier. Mike, thanks for everything you do. Sad to see you go. You've been super personable, super helpful, and just want to let you know I appreciate you, and I know you'll do well wherever you go.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Cruz, closing comments.
Thank you all. Good night.
All right, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.